How's everyone doing today? I just finished my food, which is why we're starting a little bit late. It's God game time. I kind of didn't really plan this out, by which I mean I didn't really know I was going to be doing this today. I just kind of decided like an hour before I pinged everyone that I should do part 2 today. Because I was gonna hang with one of my friends a little bit, but they're not like they're a little, I think they're not a little busy today, so I'm gonna do this instead. Make a good God game card. We should do that and have like the box system from 48 Hour where you get like random things that you have to put on your card. Actually, not a bad idea. Not a bad idea. That's probably not gonna happen for a while though. If at all. Let me just quickly do my pre-stream stuff before we start and then I'll get into it. Yeah, write that like, I don't know, like, I'm literally quickly just gonna DM that to you, Pyro, so I remember it. There we go. Five watch streak. Damn. Goga. I've never had Goga, so I don't really have like opinions on it. I'm sure it's good though. But yeah, let me quickly do my pre-stream stuff and then we'll get into it. I'm Rox, so I pronounce to she, her. I'm a variety streamer. I'm a card game developer. Welcome to the stream. There's a couple of rules you gotta follow. The stream is 18+ only. You know, be kind, we're here to have a good time, we're here to chill. Don't be a dick, basically. Don't post links in the chat without asking. And anything else you can find below the stream. I have a VOD channel, which is almost completely. I think it's missing like the last VOD, like the Mega Man VOD. And I don't know if part 1 is. No, part 1 is on YouTube. So yeah, here's my VOD channel. I have a Discord, which you can join. We do movie nights. I post God game cards every day. And it's pretty freaking awesome. And if you want to support the channel, you can do so in a variety of ways. You can subscribe and get a bunch of cool emotes and an awesome subscriber badge, and access to the subscriber channel on Discord. You can donate bits, and there are some special bit alerts listed below the stream. And you can tip directly, which is I get 100% of all those tips aside from payoff fees. And if you want to do so, that's at this link, which is also linked below the stream. I need to set up like automatic alerts for my Discord and the VOD channel Nightbot. I know you can, I just haven't done it. So yeah, we're doing. Last time we covered all the different types of card and sort of some of the level of balancing you want to do and what you and kind of what you want to write effects with those as cards, like card types, but we didn't really get into like specifics. Committing more time theft to be here? Hell yeah. I'm gonna pin that. We got a real rox300 fan in the chat. What's up, Mima? How's it going? Oh yeah, last time we did card stuff, card types. This time I'm going to be doing more in-depth mechanical explanations. So I'm going to be starting off by going over each and every status condition, and then I will be going over keywords and other mechanical terms, and I'll probably be going over like counter types as well. Hopefully this isn't going to hopefully this will be the last one of these streams. If I have to do a part 3, I might cry. Like, hopefully I don't have to take like 10 hours to do this again, you know? We'll see. But I'm gonna get Photoshop open, I'm gonna get some music playing, and we can begin. Hold on. Hold on, I have the wrong YouTube channel open, because I'm on my VOD channel right now, so I don't have my playlists. Hold on, let me switch over to do that. Fire Emblem music just started playing really fucking loud. You guys didn't hear it, thank god, because I don't have Firefox audio hearable yet, but that was so fucking loud for me. Where are my playlists? Hello? Wait, this is weird. Did YouTube change... Hey, did YouTube change how playlists work? They're not on the sidebar anymore. Like, I can't scroll down and click on a playlist from the sidebar. I have to click on a button that says playlists, and then I have to scroll down in all of those. That's really strange. What the fuck, man? Why would they change that? I liked them being on the side. It was really easy for me to get to them from there. Hold on. Anyway, let me get my let me get a playlist going. I guess I'll just play fucking Iwatore Dom as I start, but hi Rox and Snorlax. Hi, welcome to the stream. Yeah, it does suck. They changed it and now I'm pissed off about it. So yeah, I want to go over all the status conditions today to start off. Just kind of talk about how you should be using them in effects and what kind of cards should have them as written statuses. As well as like how frequent they should be. And as well as, and obviously the distinction between the different types of statuses as well. In an effort to appease investors' insatiable appetite for quarterly number go up, 90% has been forced to issue the 2-click UX philosophy. That sucks. Do I want to do card making playlist or the card gaming playlist? I did the card making playlist last time, but I don't think we definitely didn't finish it. Yeah. Okay. Let me put that on then. So I'm going to be going over the regular statuses first. Now, the regular statuses are detrimental, and usually have a condition to go away on their own. Not all do, but most of them do. they're detrimental, but they shouldn't be overly detrimental. I guess I'll talk a bit about that when I'm talking about if you want to design your own. But I'm gonna be going over them the regular statuses first. So, asleep. This card may not act. At the beginning of your turn, flip a coin for each card in your field that is asleep. If heads, that card wakes up. When a card with asleep takes damage, it wakes up. I feel like this one's pretty straightforward, you know? It's pretty detrimental. It's not like over. It's just it's a coin flip, so obviously it's that's like a 4-round where it can't do anything. But it's not so bad if it's on like a taunt card, for example, because it's gonna be taking damage anyway. Cards that start with asleep. I know for a fact that Snorlax does. So let me find that. I think it's Alpha. I'm not sure why it just doesn't have it as a ridden status. I'm not sure why it's specifically Battlecry this card is asleep. I guess that's fine. I guess there's merit in that because it means it can be ignored by certain Battlecry ignoring stuff. Yeah. Yeah, I think you usually want to give a sleep to a character if usually if it fits flavor-wise, mostly, like Snorlax. But also it could be a good mechanical way to kind of nerf a very powerful card. So Snorlax isn't like overly powerful, but it is a 12 HP champion with obviously 5 damage too. So it does have like a little bit of a downside, but like that, which I think does help that a lot. Now, you could probably make a sleep like decently common. There's no need to really worry about that too much because it's just a regular status. It's like a pretty typical one. Slacking? I feel like Slacking has a card. Somewhere. Yeah, it does. And yeah, it does basically that. Hi Tyler, thanks for the 300. What is Yoshi even laughing at? I don't know, but yeah, I feel like Asleep's pretty self-explanatory, you know? Most regular statuses are going to be. I'm probably not going to need to take too much time on those. But yeah, I think it's like giving regular statuses to cards is like a good way to nerf them. Let's see, what's... Blue. How do you recover the white one status? That'll be on part 3 if we do part 3. And if you give me... I don't want to say a price. I'll think of one, I guess. Are there any cards in Thrill House that start with blue at all? I feel like... blue... Right. Wait, that's not blue, it's bingo. Blue is a real status, but it's basically a joke. I feel like if you're giving this to cards as a written status, it should probably basically only be for joke reasons. You can't say it. Is it still a banned term? How do I don't like how often it comes up, the fact that it's even relevant that it's a banned term. I don't like how it comes up so much. I am talking about blue. Pyro, can you delete the banned term bluey, please? What do you mean, no? My mods are rebelling. No, add it back after we're done. Just like, for now. For now, we're talking about blue. Anyway, yeah. Most of the time, you don't really want to be giving blue to cards as a written status, unless it's like... This is one of the statuses that I would say you really only want to be giving to cards as a written status if it's funny. Like, it shouldn't really be flavorful, if that makes sense. Because what flavor is there for a card having blue, other than it literally being blue? It's stupid. All the Smurfs have blue, and it's stupid. It's not even a good status. Blue is one that really only got kept for legacy reasons, and I think it's fine. It only exists for the Papyrus card, and I think that's okay. There's not really much reason you should be writing cards that interact with blue or give anything blue. I guess use your own judgment, but if you're writing a card that uses blue or gives blue, it should probably be a card of Papyrus, and then maybe nothing else. I don't know. Use your own judgment, I guess, but this one kind of doesn't really need to be used for anything. It's basically only there to fuck up the, like, give a card a random regular status draws. And that's all it'll ever be good for. Now, obviously, it does have a benefit of removing flight from cards and making sure they can't gain it again, but, like, it's nothing. It's really nothing, and I like where it is, but it doesn't need to be on any more cards. So my recommendation for writing cards with blue is don't. So next regular status, we have Buried. This card cannot use its available actions and typically cannot be targeted by direct attacks. A card without Buried can act to remove Buried from any card that has it. This one is very strong. It's very, very debilitating effect to be able to put on someone's field, so I think you should be very sparing with how you use it. You shouldn't be putting it on cards... Like, you shouldn't be giving cards the ability to bury more than one card at a time, typically, and then champions can maybe do, like, 2 or 3. Like, even then, that's, like, really good. Yeah, it's pretty it's pretty debilitating. Now, in some cases, you do want your card to be buried. Like, for example, Sand Slash. This card can attack while buried, and it deals +2 damage while buried. Now, the main draw-in wording of these cards here is a card without buried can act to remove buried from any card that has it. That doesn't just mean on your field. Any card in play can remove buried from any other card that has it if it can act. That's a good way of getting rid of buried on cards that, for example, like a card that is elusive. And you want to get rid of it with a card with power. Actually, just power ignores buried, right? I think I wrote that actually, never mind. I guess we'll get to that, but I'm going to quickly check it. Yes, it does. Because of that. Well, yeah, either way though, yeah, it's a good way to make cards targetable again that otherwise wouldn't be, and you want to get rid of them. Like a you know, just a card with a really good effect that you don't want in play anymore. Now, yeah, I think giving a card buried as written status, that's also something you should do sparingly, just because it's very, like, usually cards that have it as a written status have it as, like, part of their effect. Like, they have a reason for being as such. You can have it as something without that, as like a nerf, but it's pretty easily dispelled by one of your own cards. So that one's not like a huge deal for putting on things as a rin status is a detriment. So you probably don't really want to do that too much. Burned, I believe, is next, yeah. So when the card acts, it takes 2 damage, then flip a coin. If heads, remove burned. This one's pretty debilitating, because obviously the only way to get rid of it is by taking the 2 damage anyway. Like, it always takes the 2 damage. You have to act to remove it. So I think it's very good for cards that are otherwise very powerful. Now, I believe the Typhlosion card... Yes. Typhlosion starts burned. But it has it has high damage, and pretty good HP. But it loses damage for each HP it currently has below 8. So giving this burned was like a pretty good downside, which was the point of these starter cards, along with Talterra and was it Sceptile or Blade? Oh no, Swampert. It was Swampert. Yeah, those 3 are all bounced around using. I guess those are pretty good examples. Those 3 are bounced around using regular statuses as like a downside to a really powerful card. Actually, does Swampert start buried? That one does, yeah. And then I'll also open Talterra for later too. But yeah, so you wanna... If you're putting it as a ridden status, you want to be putting it on things... You generally want to be putting it on things that you know can take at least 2 damage from it. And just having that as a downside to things that are good statistically is a pretty good idea, I think. Because it's going to be dying no matter what, generally. That one's like, it's pretty... Unless you get lucky on coin flips. Now, inflicting burned, I think it's just generally the same as pretty much every other regular status. You shouldn't be inflicting burned on more than a couple cards at a time. However, you do have a bit more leeway with that one than like buried, because it's a lot easier gotten rid of, theoretically at least. The more... Why does Swampert take extra damage from attacks while it has a regular attack that can be targeted while buried? It can be targeted by cards with power, actually. And also, it can't act while buried, is the main downside of this one. Well, a power card will deal +2 damage to this, yeah. Now, also, you can give this other regular statuses, too. Obviously. So this one's a good target for stuff like poisoned, but burned, as I mentioned. So confused. When the card acts, flip a coin. If heads, proceed as normal. If tails, instead deal the card's damage to itself. Then, regardless of the prior result, flip another coin. If heads, remove confused from that card. Yeah, I know I'm gonna be repeating myself a lot for these like regular statuses because they're pretty similar overall in terms of like, oh yeah, you can give this to a card as a downside. And like in a lot of cases it's gonna be like you can give this to a card as a downside if you know it can at least deal with it a little bit, you know? So like this card does start confused. But it interacts with confused in a specific way. This one can't lose confused by normal means. And it always deals a specific amount of damage. It's pretty standard. It's like I'm gonna have a lot more to talk about with special statuses, but like the ones I would say that you can the ones I say you can be a bit more free with on interacting on inflicting on cards, I would say is like confused, asleep, burned, and like poisoned. And then the other ones, and then I guess like frozen too. And then the other ones you should be a little bit more sparing with because those are a lot more debilitating. So speaking of one that's a big downside, I actually kind of might. I'm actually thinking a little bit about changing this one because this one is kind of crazy. One, as we've been seeing, you know, this one's very, very powerful. So cards may not act. It's dancing. Cards may not act other than to dance. Dancing is an action that does nothing. At the end of a chapter, flip a coin for each dancing card. If heads, remove dancing. I'm thinking of making it so at the end of like after a card dances and then like roll 1d4 rather than at the end of the chapter. Just because dancing is maybe the worst one to inflict on things because it just can't do anything and there's like no real way to get rid of it other than just like a coin flip at the end of the chapter. I feel like this one you should be very sparing about giving to things as like something that cards can inflict. As a ridden status, you have a lot more leeway because if a card has the ridden status dancing, then obviously it's generally going to be written balanced around not being able to act other than to dance, or in some way, you know, being able to act while dancing normally. So let me open up an example of a card that dances or uses dancing, and I'm actually going to open a Jonesy card for this now. This one is very silly. Battle Cry, give any character dancing. As long as this in play, cards can't lose dancing. This card may perform other actions while dancing. You may expend 5 units to trigger this card's Battle Cry. Doesn't do anything, but can still proc effects that require card action. Yeah. Like, when a card acts, do this. Yeah, I like that too. I think it's a good sort of balancing around it. I think I might change it to, like, something to do with, like, being able to... Like, something to remove it, you know? Dancing will postpone if your character detrimental. Well, cards don't have to act, like, have to dance. If you get what I mean. Like, when a card is dancing, it doesn't have to use its action. It can still just sit there. Yeah, so when interacting with dancing, you might... I think that there's a lot of potential for having dancing, like, when a card dances, do this. Or, you know, like... Oh, sorry, I accidentally just hit my tooth on the can of soda I'm drinking. Yeah, just... It's a good way to get things out of play. It's also a good way to kind of manage the field a bit. Like, if you're making something dancing, then you're not going to have to worry about it for a little bit. I think it should be... I think things should interact with dancing rather than give it, because there's already a good amount of things that give it, and it's very, very powerful right now, and I am genuinely thinking of nerfing it a little bit because of that. But yeah, you want to be sparing with giving things dancing as something they can inflict on other cards. Giving things dancing as a written status I think is good. Okay, so... Frozen. Now, I think Frozen is in a really interesting spot right now. Treat the card as if it has 0 damage. At the end of your turn, thaw Frozen cards. Now, this doesn't prevent them from acting. So, the main thing with this is you want to be inflicting this when it's... Like, a card having Frozen as a written status doesn't really make sense because of how Frozen works. You know, like, that basically doesn't do anything. Because when you play it at the end of your turn, it'll lose it anyway. However, inflicting it on other players' turns is pretty good because that disables their card for the turn. Only one turn, which I really like about it. It's very like well managed, if you get what I mean. You can completely disable a threat from attacking for one turn. So in some cases, it's probably one of the most balanced regular statuses, I think. Which I really like about it. Now, interacting with Frozen, obviously there might be certain cards that like, you know, cards stay frozen like for longer, or like if they have any counters or whatever, or if they have a battle cry. There's interesting ways to kind of play with it, but I think this is just an easy one to just put on cards that can that would make sense to be able to inflict it, and just have that on there. This is one you kind of just put on whatever, and it's not really that huge a deal. And that Frozen is one of the ones I feel most okay with inflicting on a lot of cards at once. Not like a lot, but like more than like champion cards that like have the potential to freeze an entire field, I think. Like let me open. Yeah, so here's this one, Gil. When it attacks, target gets frozen, then flip a coin. If heads, apply frozen to the left of the card's left, then flip again for the card's left of that. Continue until you get tails. So you could theoretically freeze the whole field with this card. And I think that's good because that's fine because it's a champion. And obviously you have to do it in a specific way. Now, I think, yeah. Next status is paralyzed. Doesn't have any other inside. Yeah. So I really like how Frozen is right now. So paralyzed has been discovered to be very powerful reactively. Very powerful reactively. Now, I really like Paralyzed how it is. And it's not intentional that it's so good reactively. It just is so good reactively because of how it works. So, yeah, once a paralyzed card acts during your turn, you may not do anything else during your turn other than have another paralyzed card act. At the end of your turn, flip a card for each paralyzed card if heads are paralyzed. Yeah, so you want to... Paralyzed, you really only want to be inflicting on, like, one card at a time. And even then, you know, like, it shouldn't be frequent. Paralyzed as a regular status, I think, is interesting. Sorry, a ridden status. That one... I like that a lot because it makes you plan around kind of playing with the card a bit. Now, obviously, there's a chance to just remove it at the end of the turn anyway, but, like, theoretically, I think it's very good as a ridden status for balance reasons. You just like this one that lasts you 2 games. I might lower the number of Crudes in the Explore deck now that we know about that. How many are in there? Like 5? I think I might lower the amount of Crudes in the Explore deck to like 2 or 3. Paralyzed in a whole field is kind of the same as not being paralyzed because you use that with all of them. I actually don't think that's true. Sometimes you might want to act before you... like... before you buy any cards or... like, draw an Explore card or do the environment effect. Or anything else. It changes entirely how you play. You can't play any Explore cards after you act with any characters that are paralyzed. Put them in healthy position not because you look at the effect, you just like looking at the GIF. You're putting a normal Explore card that just gives the status in the Hell deck? You are sick. Sick. You're all sick. Yeah, let's figure out if we got cards to I'm not playing anything. I know you will, Nemo. You just don't want to play with any of my damn cards. Yeah, so next status. Poisoned. This one is the regular status, I think. It's the one that just, you know, if you're making your own regular status, you'd probably be bouncing it around like poisoned and asleep and burned. Those 3 are like the big ones to me. Excuse me. So this card takes 1 damage at the beginning of your turn. At the beginning of every other player's turn, flip a coin. If hit tails, the card takes 1 damage. Now, there's no way to get rid of this one. And that's obviously intentional, because that's how poison works in, like, Pokemon and stuff. You don't want to be poisoning more than, like, 2 cards at a time, at most, maybe. Maybe 3 if it's, like, a champion, or 4. But poison is pretty powerful, because there's just nothing that gets rid of it, other than, like, remove a status from a cards, which aren't that common. Poisoned as a ridden status, though, I think has, again, like, a lot of writing potential because of that. I can't think of any off the top of my head that start with it. I know there are definitely some. But it's very good for adding a timer to a card, you know? Like, it's always going to die after X amount of turns. Unless you can get rid of it somehow or heal it, you know? So you gotta kind of go around. You gotta, I guess it's just another, like, feel it out, but, like, this one, you know, it's good. Poisoned is probably the best regular status by some standard because of that. To put on cards when you're writing them. Because it's just a clear, obvious downside. Okay. Slow needs to be rare. You should not be putting slow on... You should not be writing cards that inflict slow, like, basically ever. Slow is so debilitating. There's no way to get rid of it. And it's such, like, a huge downside. You should not be writing cards that give slow unless, like, there's very good reason to. Just because of how debilitating it is. You want to keep it rare. You absolutely want to keep it rare. Now, putting slow on cards as a balancing measure is actually one of my favorite balancing measures. So here's Torterra. Now, this does have high HP, so it doesn't really matter immediately. However, whenever this attacks, it takes 3 damage, so it's going to get to the point where slow is going to kill it pretty quickly. Especially if other things are targeting it. Basically, the other one is no one to get rid of it, and it's cooler as I've written than inflict. I think so too. I think so too. It almost feels like... Because, like, frail is, like, a special status. It almost feels like slow should be a special status too. Honestly. Because that's literally just, like... Fail's only special because of the counterpart of... Yeah, but... Swift is... Like, slow is the counterpart of Swift. I feel like there's genuine reason to maybe make this a special status. But yeah, slow as a ridden status is so... Like, so mechanically interesting. I really, really like it for that. And I believe... There's definitely a couple in Dark Beyond that use it too, and I can't really remember which ones they are off the top of my head. I'm just quickly looking. Do you think an attachment that doubles damage but gives slow makes sense? I think doubling is a dangerous game. Doubling is a very dangerous game. Because that's like, that's gonna scale really hard, you know? I think you might... If it's doubling, you probably want to give it another downside as well as slow. Genuinely, because it's that good. Could have sworn I added some slow champions in Dark Beyond, but maybe I didn't. Yeah, maybe not. Probably no victory card. That's fair. That's fair, but I still think it's very good. Okay, so next up, because I mean, I've said all I really need to say about slow. That's every regular status that's currently in the game. However, there is still one more, from like future stuff, which is sort of counterpart to buried, which is stunned. This card can't act normally. Card may use an action to remove stunned. Stun cards don't counterattack, and cards with Steadfast Oblivious cannot be stunned. So this one also, as a regular status, I think is a good way to as a ridden status, is kind of a good way to slow the card down. Like, so it needs 2 turns to become an exhausted, basically, rather than just 1, if you get what I mean. Don't know how much you like can't counterattack it anymore. Yeah, I'm not too huge on that, because, like, it already feels pretty debilitating as it is, but I guess we'll see. We'll see. But it's fun for, yeah. You could just stun a card instead. Basically the same thing as exhausting it, because it needs to use an action to remove it. Inflicting this one should also be rare for the same reason as buried. But it can be a little bit more common than buried because they can act to remove it themselves. I don't think you should be able to, like, very consistently inflict slow, though. Or really any other regular status in most cases, but, like, stunned... wait, did I say slow? I meant stunned. Stunned especially shouldn't be, like, something you can inflict very often. I can't think of any stun cards that start with it as rune status because it's from Carnival, but I'm sure they're out there. And that's every regular status. Now, writing your own regular statuses. So that's something you kind of want to be careful with, just because you don't want to kind of disrupt the balance of the ones that are already in too much. But my main advice for writing your own regular status would be, don't make it too detrimental. Keep it, like, on the level of, like, poisoned, you know, burned, asleep, confused. You know, keep it something that like, oh, it sucks that it has this, but it's not gonna, like, overly impact your game too much. Yeah, the big thing is removal. The big thing is removal. It kind of feels... that's the big reason, yeah, why we don't really add too many, because it's hard to make them feel distinct. It feels like a lot of the bases have already been covered on the ones we have. Weird spot right now because dancing's pretty similar. Yeah, I feel like I was actually talking about this a little bit before you got here, Socks. I feel like dancing the removal condition right now might be a bit too restrictive in terms of like, oh, only at the end of the chapter. And it's a coin flip. I feel like it should either be like always at the end of the chapter, or like it should be a coin flip after it dances. Maybe like, yeah, always at the end of the chapter, yeah. I kind of really like that. Yeah, okay. I'll quickly write that down then. So it means games can't be overly impacted by dancing. Now, I think that also does help it get differentiated from stunned a bit more too, because, like I did mention, stunned is kind of like, if you have it as a ridden status, it's basically like a longer exhaustion, which is a good downside for balancing cards. This is like the TF2 update where they fixed the taunt cancel glitch. I don't know what you're talking about. But yeah, if you're writing your own regular status, you kind of want to be careful about the removal effect and how bad it is, basically. You just be careful with how you're balancing stuff. There's not really too much I could say on that. They don't make a pinata status. When those cards take damage, everyone else gets coins. They're regular special. I feel like that would be I feel like that would be special, but also I feel like that should just be effects on cards. I mean, if you're intending to write that on like a bunch of different cards, then maybe it should be a status, but a lot of the time I feel like, I guess it depends on how many cards you're intending on giving that effect. But yeah, I would agree with Socks there, where if the owner also gets coins, it would be special, and regular if the person dealing damage gets the coins. Oh yeah, keyword would actually be very good for that too. I'm going to be talking about keywords in a little bit, which I'm pretty excited to get to actually. Because we've kind of realized, like all the devs lately have kind of realized, oh wow, this is a really untapped market in God Game. Something we've just kind of never really. I'll talk a bit more about that later, but yeah, that's all the regular statuses. I'm quickly gonna go to the bathroom, and then we'll start talking about special statuses. One moment. Hi. More relevant to customer regular status is still already playing around with the game status. I feel like even with the interchanges, the most punishing very close, but imagine way bigger than you want it to be. Yeah, it's really not easy to balance those kinds of things. Like, that's why we kind of haven't really added more regular statuses since, like basically ever. We've only really ever added 2 post-base game, which is dancing and stunned. And even then, we're still figuring, we just figured out, like, oh, bouncing might be a bit too good, you know? Dancing, sorry, might be a bit too good, so we you know, it's pretty tough. So I'm going to talk about special statuses now. These ones, obviously special statuses are usually positive and have, like, obviously, you know, benefit the card, changes how it plays a bit, it informs the kind of play style of the card and the bouncing of it. These are I'm gonna have to go a bit more in depth on because this is gonna be most of what you're using when you're writing cards. So, Armored. When the card enters play, it gains shield equivalent to its max HP. If Armored is removed from the card, it loses all shield. Now, shield obviously is basically just temporary extra HP counters, so this one, you kind of have to be... This one gives a card a lot of survivability, so you kind of have to be careful about what cards you're giving it statistically. So let me open up an extreme example. So here's Bowser, who is an 8 HP armored card, so which means effectively he has 16 HP. Now, this is a champion, so it doesn't feel too strange for that, but it also basically means this card is, like, basically never going to actually die. Armored is pretty... It's very strong. However, we're going to be adding... And there already are a little bit. We're going to be adding stuff that counters Armored in time. Because of how strong it is. It's really necessary for that. Yeah, Armored you kind of want to be careful about. Just because, for those exact reasons. Like, it's very, very good on cards that have, like, high HP. And obviously, if a card... Certain cards mention stuff like, oh, let me open up a specific example. Let me open up Avalok. So, at the end of the turn, to reapply armor to this card. So what that means is, obviously, it gains the shield again. That doesn't mean... That doesn't mean it gains excess. It means it goes back up to its max amount. You know what I mean? Like, so, if this card had, like, 3 shield on it, and the end of the chapter effect applied, it would go back up to 8 shield. You know, it wouldn't go up to 11. Part of the sort of bouncing around it. We've had other discussions surrounding sets of damage that second shield. Yeah, so obviously, as originally written by Socks, that's intended. It's intended to only be Poison that gets around shield. Which obviously I definitely get why they wrote it that way. That does make a lot of sense. I've always personally, I've liked it as any indirect damage because of how powerful shield is. That's something we haven't fully decided on what is the case, but you basically just, like, you kind of just want to be careful around. Wait, I'm just saying the same thing I've said like 3 times already. Just don't, like, you don't want to be giving armor to, like, every card, obviously. You want to be giving it to stuff that kind of feels like it warrants it. It's good on cards that you want to play defensively. You don't want to be giving it to cards that, like, oh, 10 HP, armored, power, like, 7 damage, you know? That's, like, too good. Now this one... Snow is fucking insane card because it's armored. Yeah, so this one is very strong. This one effectively has 20. And it can actually get power from its own effect. Yeah, basically the tip for writing armored cards is writing cards that either are aggressive, so that they'll be able to make use of their lots of shield, or make use of their shield, but you don't really want to be writing them too powerful. Otherwise, you don't want to make them unkillable. If you're writing an armored card that is aggressive, you want to make it. I almost feel like taunt armored would be good for that. Whereas, like, if you want to write one that is supposed to be taking a lot of damage defensively, taunt armored is also good, but in the other direction, if that makes sense. Just things that are supposed to be taking a lot of damage. Need to get back to a match where I play to see more defense damage because I don't know at the time. Kind of the most status damage feel you know in shields. Pretend that creating the weird precedent status of damage of third type of damage is neither indirect. Yeah. That's kind of how I feel about it. Sorry, I'm just drinking some water. My throat feels a little weird. I'm gonna open up. I think champion is a good armored is a good status to put on stuff like on champion cards. I think you should be more sparing with it on skilled and basic cards, but obviously you still can. But it shouldn't be on like lots of them, and it should be like. So Coops is pretty good. He obviously he has 10 effective HP because he's 5 HP armored. And his effect is very strong. He doesn't have like taunt or anything, but he doesn't have like a hiding status, so you can kind of just attack him if you want to get rid of him, which you probably do. Let me open another example of an armored basic card, actually. It's not another example, but... where am I looking here? Did I really not add any armored basic cards in Far Beyond? I thought I did. Oh no, I did. I did at least one. Yeah, so Armored is good on... Oh, Armored does also interact with Sturdy. That's probably something that I should talk about a little bit. As long as the Sturdy card has any shield, even if it's not at max HP, the Sturdy effect can still trigger, so it won't... Like, it won't die. That's actually stated on the Sturdy card itself, I think. We'll be getting to Sturdy later, but... It's a good interaction to kind of know. Does anyone kind of have any, like, armored questions, I guess, before we move on? I didn't do that for any of the regular statuses because I thought it was all self-explanatory, but... I feel like armored is pretty tough to balance around in a lot of cases, so... If anyone has any questions about that. Oh, Sucks updated to version 1.6, awesome. Okay, well, next status. I'm gonna leave all the joke statuses for last. So that means we're moving on from bad guy to elusive / repulsive. It naturally hides from battle or simply uses its horrid nature to deter action. The card cannot be directly targeted for an attack unless there are only elusive repulsive cards on your field. Flight cards must be targeted before cards with this. So this is a defensive status. It's basically the opposite of taunt, which we haven't actually gotten to yet, but we'll be getting into that soon. You want to give this to cards that you want to keep in play for a while. Are ones that have like any particularly disruptive effect that, well, I guess again that you want to keep in play for a while. So let me open up some examples of cards with elusive. Oh, Itche. It's gotta be more than fucking Ichimatsu, right? In base set. I guess there's at least probably some in Delta too. I know, oh, Snotty Boy. And then in Dark Beyond, I know there's a couple too, so let me open up Champion that has it. Somewhere. Ah, there's one. Yeah, so there's kind of a common through line with these three cards that I chose, in that these cards have either like some property to them that would make it so you want to keep them in play for a while. So this card has like 6 damage, which is pretty good. Obviously, elusive does not prevent counterattack damage, but if you can attack like players with this, and obviously this card's effect does have caveat to give it ranged, but this obviously has die damage, so you want to keep it in play for a while. This one lets you flip cards and shuffle the shops. Like, so gives you a lot of control over the field, so you want to keep this playing for a while. And this one gets you more coins whenever cards on your field kill other cards. I think, yeah, that's like kind of the through line with elusive cards, in that they have some property to them that like makes them kind of a nuisance for other players. So you wanna, like, if they have that, they're a lot more difficult to target, if you get what I mean. That's why you give a card elusive or repulsive, because you want to make it harder to target because of the effect making it a nuisance. That's kind of a mouthful. I think that makes sense though, at least. You can also give cards elusive for flavor reasons, of course. But a lot of the time with statuses, I do recommend giving them for gameplay reasons rather than flavor. Most so, you want to bounce around the... If you're giving a card a status for flavor reasons, you need to bounce the rest of the card around the status. Like, you can't just give a card a status because it feels right, and then not bounce the rest of the card, you know? Question, since we're on elusive, you can get on to later. I think it'd be good to go over how conflicting statuses should resolve. What do you mean, like taunt and elusive, for example? Because they have opposite effects. I'm assuming that's what you mean. Right, so this is actually on the guidebook. It's in the rulings section. But if a card has opposite effects, they would just cancel each other out. So there's no effect. So a swift and a slow card would just deal counterattack and attack normally. You know, it wouldn't die and it wouldn't deal damage first. And a hopeful and despairing card means that your targeting is unaffected by that card. Taunt and repulsive elusive means the card can be targeted normally. You know. Taunt and flight specifically. That one means that it only cards with flight that have taunt for other cards with flight on your field, which is pretty niche. But that's how it's been. That's how it's been for like years now. It like a card with taunt and flight doesn't affect your ability to target other cards on that player's field or that player's HP. Yeah, so that's how conflicting statuses kind of work. Any that are complete opposites just cancel out. That would also be true of like tough and frail. If a card had both, it would just cancel and take normal damage. Okay, so I think I've gone over elusive enough. Elusive though, I don't think has to be rare. I guess I mentioned this with Armored that one shouldn't be too common. Elusive, you shouldn't make it like overly common. Obviously, I know that's true of like any status, but you can feel like a lot more comfortable in giving cards elusive because it's a lot less. In some ways, it makes the card harder to kill, but in other ways, it's like easier to kill than Armored. So like, I like giving cards elusive more than I like giving cards Armored because of balancing reasons, you know. So next status is enraged, I guess. I talked about this one with blue earlier. This one is basically a joke. This card deals ×4 damage but can't target players. Apply the ×4 multiplication after anything else that would modify the card's stats. Excuse me. Yeah, this one is like a joke, but it's a scary joke. You don't really want to be making cards that apply this. Like, you don't really want to be letting cards give enrage to other cards. Most of the time, if at all. Because it's just, like, too good. Yeah, enrage is basically this card cannot insta-kill any card. It should be pretty rare. Exactly. Now, obviously, it can't target players, which is obviously done for balancing reasons, because it would be stupid. But yeah, and cards with enraged as written status should also be rare, because ×4 damage. I don't actually know if there are any cards in Thrill House at all that start with enraged as a written status. Yeah, it's usually a joke. So we don't usually do it. So the only example I have on hand of an enraged card is one that is like extremely a joke. Like, I don't even know if I should show this one as an example, because it's not really a good example of an enraged card. And it's the fucking Hulk. I guess this is a what not to do. Don't write cards like this. Don't make a Hulk, please. 48 damage, wow. Yeah, but the main downside, obviously, of course, is that... Dude, can those dogs stop barking outside? The main thing with this card is that it's that way for a reason. It's only the Hulk on your turn. And obviously when you first play it, it's exhausted. So at the end of your turn, it turns into Bruce Banner. Which is this. And it's terrible. Do you realize you also enrages a jet like blue is? Look at the icon for it. It's like a realistic Angry Bird. It's like, yeah, it's like too powerful to be like a real status you can give to cards, you know? And it's like stupid. It's not like it's just there for jokes. It was only made for the Mr. Dink card. It just kind of became real. But yeah, you shouldn't really be giving stuff enraged, generally. That's basically my advice for writing enraged cards. It's like, don't unless it's part of a joke, and even then it should be rare. Okay, so Festive. This one is brand new. At the end of your turn, give a card from your hand to another player. When a card moves hands in this way, give the Festive card responsible +1 HP or +1 damage. This card may use an action to trigger this effect. I really like this one. Obviously, you can... This one feels like it would be difficult to put on cards, but it's actually not. You can kind of put this on any card that's associated with any sort of holiday. Like it doesn't just have to be a winter themed card, because for example, I'm gonna open up an Almond Soul card right now. Where are they? Are they Explore characters? They are, yeah. That one's not festive. Okay, hold on. Really, the only one that's festive is the one that has... Well, okay. Wait, this isn't festive either. Where's the... festive... There's a festive card with like a Halloween themed one. And I don't remember what card that is. Does anyone remember? Okay. Great Pumpkin Patch, that's an environment. That did get added, yeah. Swear to God there's a card that has... Oh. It's Bonnie O'Jack. Yeah, so you shouldn't feel like like you can only give festive to cards that are like Christmas themed. You can really give it to any sort of any sort of holiday, but also just any sort of celebration in general, I think. Or like any sort of jolly character. Because this one obviously has like a candy icon. We're probably gonna add one like that's like an Easter egg, and maybe like a more general one, which is just fireworks. Yeah, so you can kind of do whatever. And balance-wise, this one kind of just does what it does, you know? It's pretty self-explanatory. I think you should put this on cards that start with, like, a lower HP and damage. In my opinion. Like, you shouldn't be giving this to, like, high cards that already have, like, high HP and damage for the most part. Wait. Oh, this one can't attack. Never mind. Hold on. Let me open up a couple festive cards. So I really like this one. This one has pretty good HP, but it's a taunt card with festive. So you probably want to be buffing its HP or damage, so it can, like, it's a good interaction with this because it increases how good its survivability is, which is really important for a taunt card. It has a lot of good interactions with the statuses, in my opinion. And festive is a good status that you can use to kind of interact with other effects. So, like, both of these cards, like, oh, when triggering festive, you may give the recipient the topmost card in the basic deck instead of a card from your hand. And then this one, when you give a card to another player due to festive, deal 1 damage to the leftmost card. It's something that you can kind of synergize the ability and the ability and the status, and a lot of statuses kind of don't really work that way, so I think it's very interesting for that. Hi, Ask. Yeah, it's a status you can kind of synergize with text, like, abilities in ways that a lot of other statuses you can't. This one, like I said, you can kind of really put festive on anything that you feel makes sense for it. Just, you should be aware of the balancing of it. Like, you shouldn't... If a card is like 8 HP, 8 damage festive, it probably shouldn't. Because that's already good, you know? It doesn't need that. It doesn't need to get more powerful. So this one is a 12/5. But this is Santa Claus, alright? Was there any Nightmare for Christmas cards maybe first? I don't think so. We added a lot of stuff in Auburn, so if we added that, we would have had to been adding even more, you know? Like, a lot of stuff in Auburn, so. Okay. Next status. Hi, Bomber. Next status is Flight. The card cannot be directly targeted for an attack unless there are only flight cards on your field, or it is targeted by another card that has flight, and it must be targeted before elusive repulsive cards. Flight cards typically take no counter-attack damage when targeting a card without flight. Flavor-wise, I feel like this one's pretty obvious in what you should be putting this on. Like, you shouldn't... you should be putting this on characters that have flying as, like, a major component of their characters. But, like, you don't have to, is the main thing. You want to be kind of... Flight is a very defensive status. It means it takes no counterattack and it's untargetable for the most part. So you kind of want to be careful about what you're giving it to. You don't want it to be too good. Excuse me. Typically, I think flight cards shouldn't have, like... I think in a lot of cases, there isn't really much of a reason for flight cards to have, like, high HP because of that. So, like, these cards, for example, I really like the Pac-Man ghosts. Because they're pretty good damage for basic cards, but they all have 1 HP. And that's because flight is already preventing the counterattack. It's already pretty good. I think that's like a good niche for flight. In some cases, you might want them to have higher HP because it's defensive. In that case, you should probably make it so they have some other downside. So let me quickly... You'll catch up later. Hi. Hi, Adam Nice. 30 stream streak. This one is very good. Now, obviously, it's because it's Superman, but... This one has the big downside of obviously counterattack players. Which is also related to the fact that it has power, but... Yeah, cards with flight, you wanna... Just kinda... I don't know. I feel like I've explained it pretty well already. Like, you want to put it on things that you want to have some level of survivability, but not like too much compared to something like armored or elusive. So yeah, so the reason this one has flight is because of the effect, you know? This has flight because of the fact that it discards itself automatically. So you want it to be able to stick around for that long. You know what I mean? I wrote it this way because if it didn't have flight, people would just attack it and it would die. And you wouldn't even get to use it for the turns you have it. Yeah? Basically, you want to write around flight like that. You want to write with the intention of like, oh yeah, this has flight because of this reason, you know? It's not one you can just kind of put on things to put on them, in my opinion. Okay. Next status. Is actually power, which we were just talking about a little bit, so I guess I can go straight into that. This card may ignore the effects of Taunt, Flight, Stealth, Buried, and Elusive Repulsive when attacking or being attacked. So obviously that means it will always be able to target and counterattack those cards. Now this one is very good. I think this is one of the most important statuses in the game, and one of the most powerful. So you kind of don't want to put it on just anything. A lot of the time it feels like you can just put power on any sufficiently powerful card. I don't think that's quite true. Because power means it can attack players no matter what, which is very, very good in this game, because obviously that's how you win. You might actually notice by going through Thrill House Edition. This is something I haven't really talked about too much yet, but if you might notice, there are actually like a good amount of cards that just don't have statuses at all, and or just one. I think that's typically how you should be making your cards. where like not having a status is the default, and then like if you have to give a card a status, you should give it like 1, and then maybe 2 if it's like really warranted. Because it makes them feel a lot more impactful when they do show up and have something going on. Obviously, I think the ratio is probably around like, well, I'm not really sure, to be honest, but like there's a lot of cards without statuses, and there's obviously there's a lot with, but we make sure to have a lot without too, for those reasons. Like, it's perfectly fine to design a card without statuses, and a lot of cards are actually a lot more interesting and balanced because of that. You know what I mean? But I'll talk about that a little bit once we're at the end of statuses. So, power. So I'm going to open some cards that use it and have it. Are there any basics in there? Nope. Is that really the only basic card with power in basic alpha at all? And beta? What about gamma? Ah, there is one. And let me open skilled cards with power too. I'm probably not going to open Knuckles because it's like a really powerful example. It isn't one you should be typically modeling cards after. Yeah, so the main thing with power obviously is that you have to write the card around the fact that it can target players and other cards no matter what, including on counterattack. When you think of power ceiling skill cards, you think of the quintessential Sonic cards like Knuckles and Amy. Yeah, those are some of the most powerful skill cards in the game. You shouldn't be writing cards that are that good. You shouldn't be writing skill cards that are that good, for the most part, because of how good they are. And the Sonic cards get to be that good because Sonic is like the best franchise in God Game. It's the one that everyone likes. Yeah, so power a decent amount of the time is actually pretty good on cards that kind of either don't have power is actually just pretty good on cards that don't really have much going on, or like scale in some way. So like this one, which is a champion. So at the end of every turn, give this +1 HP and +1 damage. But it starts off pretty low stats. Power cards are good as like threats that kind of creep up on you, you know? Like these cards on their own, other than maybe Jonathan because he's just very powerful for a basic card, these cards aren't insanely impressive. But they can be. And they probably will be. Yeah. It's a good way to... I do think power cards are like very necessary in the game. And I think you shouldn't be afraid to make more cards with power. That's one of the statuses I feel like you should feel the most okay with giving to cards. Because of the fact that defensive statuses are so powerful. having things to mitigate that is always appreciated. Like, there's never not a reason to give something power. Like I said, like, this is another good example. A lot of cards with power are like good scalers. Obviously, that doesn't mean you can only do that for that, but you should think about it that way, you know? Cards with high damage and power usually have some kind of downside, like this one. Oh, Blackjack. And obviously also, again, Super Shadow. This one can't attack players, which I talked about last time is the best sentence in God Game. Fuck this card? What do you mean? You don't like Blackjack? You have a history with Blackjack. I see. Yeah, just that's basically on power. Just, you know, you can kind of put it on whatever. You shouldn't just put it on anything. Like, you shouldn't put it on everything, but you can put it on anything. You know what I mean? Like there's you shouldn't really be giving power to cards with more than one status most of the time. I mean, that's true of like any status really. You shouldn't really be giving more than one status to most cards, but like power especially, it should probably most of the time be the only status on a card if it has power. Like, that should be one of the last ones you want to do for multiple on a card. So next up is Ranged. This card does not take counter-attack damage, and it can target and counter-attack cards with Flight. This one is pretty self-explanatorily very powerful. What is the use for the context? It's Banshrift. And the PT, I don't know. I don't remember. Like 12, I think. Like font size 12. Ranged cards can get really fucking annoying really quickly. So you really need to be careful about how you balance those. Like, ranged I feel like pisses me off more than like nearly any other special status. More often. Why? Because you can't counterattack them. Which means that if a card is bad and has ranged, you can't get rid of it easily. And if it's good and has ranged, then like you also can't get rid of it easily. Like on an enemy player's field. Which is one of the most common styles in your set? Shaking my head right now. Let me open up some ranged cards. I guess I'll open up the Sniper from TF2 because he's... Yeah, so this one has actually very low stats for a skill card, and that's because ranged is a very good status. And obviously it has a very powerful battle cry is the main other factor, but like ranged cards with like high damage and like good HP piss me off. Like your card is already range is already really good. Your card is already really good statistically. It doesn't need to not take counterattack too, you know? This This card, people might make fun of this card. This is a perfect range card to me. This is a perfect range card. Because it's just like decent stats and ranged. Which is like, it's so good. Like the designation for high damage range card with only 1 or 2 HP. Yeah, I like cards like that a lot too. It feels like that like makes a lot of sense. I'm trying to find any range. I think ranged is also apparently a card that I don't really give to many things for that reason, that it's very good. There's a decent amount, but I'm trying to find any in Dark Beyond. And there aren't actually I don't think I'm seeing any champions that have ranged in here. Are there any skill cards that have range in it? Ah, yes. Yeah, so this is just another... I think ranged cards should be simple, and like don't... They shouldn't... Now why is it not quite centered on Mega Block Skeleton? I'm just not... I don't care. Yeah, you want to keep your range cards simple. If you make a range card with, like, a very good effect, and, like, also good stats, then it's too good of a card. I'm gonna be pissed off. I'm gonna be mad. You really... Ranged cards IMO should be, like, not overly disruptive, because their niche is just attacking, for the most part. That's why you give a card ranged, for specific attacking purposes. Like, I don't think you should really want to be thinking about other stuff. Yeah, low HP, high damage. And then this one has, like, an effect, but it's conductive to its status as an attacker, you know? Like, after this attacks, you may return any types of this card to your hand, and if you do trigger this card's battle cry. It's very... I think... I know this is gonna just sound stupid. Range cards should be about dealing damage. And not much else. But they shouldn't... I don't think they should have, like... A range card should either have, like, high HP, low damage, decent HP, decent damage, or low HP, high damage. Not high HP, high damage. You can also give them low HP, low damage. I'm not going to complain about that either. Okay, next special status. I'm actually going to go to the bathroom before I talk about it. Hold on, 1 second. Hi. Next special status is speed. This is one of the ones that I need to be the most cautious with, and I advise everyone to be cautious with how you design speed cards. Because speed probably is the most powerful special status in the game. In a lot of ways. Especially when combined with others. You really, really want to be careful about speed cards. You really want to... It's so easy to... Yeah, like what Pyro said, it's so easy to overtune with speed. You really want to be careful about how you design speed cards. More than like... Obviously you want to be careful with everything, but this, like, especially this one. If you actually check in Thrill House Edition, I believe there are, like, a single-digit number of basics cards with speed. Yeah, so speed cards, you really, really, really need to be careful. Focus on chip damage or utility within multiple actions ammo. Yeah, I think speed is really good for like utility cards, like cards that act to do stuff that isn't damage. Certain cards obviously can just be brute force like that. Like, for example, you know, the speed champion card, in my opinion, which is Sonic the Hedgehog. Even this only in quotes has 5 damage. It's already really good. 5 is very good. You need to be very careful with balancing speed. Extra actions is one of the most powerful things you can get in God Game. So like giving something speed that has more than like 3 damage is already, you know, a lot. The main utility of it, in my opinion, is being able to target multiple different things in a turn. Now obviously on its own, speed still takes counterattack damage, but I think a good way to design speed cards is giving them like kind of decent HP and then like lower damage, and just having them kind of target multiple different cards to kind of start to get rid of them. You know what I mean? Using them as setup fodder for your other stuff, because they can act immediately once they're played once too. Now let me open up some of the cards with speed. Yeah, so this is another one, 5/5. And this is a champion, you know? We're really careful about card stats on speed cards. Sometimes you might see some that are pretty powerful. Yeah, 5/5. These are all champions. Here's a good example. So this is a 2 HP 1 damage speed card. Cards that only cancel kills a card since it's attacking multiple targets. I think that might be a fun way to do something like that, yeah. I know there's a card that like has, it only takes counter hit damage from the last card it targets. I don't remember the name of that card, but I know that card exists. Like it only takes counter attack from the last card it attacks. I don't remember what card it is. I wish I did, because that would be such a good example. Let me check the Dark Beyond for skill cards real quick. Sorry, for speed cards. Because I know I wrote some that I'm pretty happy with there, and I think I probably also wrote a couple that I think are a little too good. Genji? It can't be. Is it really Genji that has that effect? Come on. BRB, by the way, lunch, so do not call for me to go to town. Okay. I guess I won't. Right, so this is a high HP, low damage speed card. And the whole point of this one, obviously, is using its actions to stun cards and be as annoying as possible about it. Yeah, I think balancing speed around I do generally think speed cards should have lower damage. Just from experience here. Pearl? Like the Mr. Krabs is... Oh wait, no, never mind. Pearl like Steven. Ah, yeah, okay. So this one does something, does do something like that. Yeah, Pearl I honestly might nerf a little bit. Because she actually almost feels like a little bit overtuned in some ways. Maybe not too much, but like a little bit. Kind of like the opposite of armor if you think about it, doubles the seconds of health. I feel like I feel like that's kind of true. That kind of is true. Obviously, the proper armored opposite, I imagine, would be like charge. A status that like gives a card charge equal to its damage. Yeah, I feel like what I should do with this card, I feel like if right now, if I were to rebalance this card, I would probably lower the damage, actually. I would probably, give this like 1 or 2 damage rather than 3. That'd be a fucked up status? Yeah, and armored is that. And I think armored is kind of a fucked up status too. But it's in for legacy reasons, we can't really get rid of it. Not that I necessarily want to get rid of it, but, you know. But yeah, that's you need to, basically, you need to be really careful with how you balance speed cards more than most other statuses. Obviously. So, stealth. Cannot be targeted. As long as the card remains in stealth, ignore anything that would target a whole field. Would be considered for targeting purposes, such as if a flight or repulsive elusive card is in your field, or checks if this is adjacent to another card. And when it attacks, remove stealth. It takes no counter attack damage when it leaves stealth. I think this one is very interesting and very overlooked. Have you thought about making speed just being able to add on the first turn or just the extra action? I think it's come up like once or twice maybe, but I feel like we've already designed all these cards around doing what it does, so it would be kind of a pain in the ass to go back and change it. Selfless mode for making cards with this outward and a defense mode? I think so. Also, sorry if you heard my water just now. It kind of made a weird noise when I was drinking from it. Stealth, I think, is very good. It's one that kind of is overlooked a lot. But like the total immunity from targeting, apart from power, is very good. Like, this one can't be. You can't target it with like consumables or anything while it's in stealth. The main worry though, I think, is you shouldn't make the effect, like any effect that it has while it's in stealth shouldn't be good enough that you never want to attack with it. Like, in my opinion, you should still want to attack with stealth cards. Obviously, in some cases, you do want to write cards that want to just stay in stealth, and that's fine. But a lot of the time, I think you want to make it so, like it's kind of like if you don't attack with a stealth card, you are losing out on something, you know? I could assume it was the one where you can have stealth. I guess it says targeted, yeah. Yeah, I guess you probably would still be able to use consumables and attachments on them. Because targeting to me usually reads as like attacks, rather than like other types of card, typically. Still think nothing's affect everything, just the entire field. I would say everything is targeting its whole field. Stuff could still be hit by group damage like a Koopa Shell if that were the case. Well, Koopa Shell targets the whole field, so it actually wouldn't be able to be targeted by that. Yeah, I think so. Yeah, typically when I see targeted, I usually think like attacks or like abilities that target things. Let me double check something real quick. How is can't be targeted back for an attack and then like flight? Targeted for an attack. Okay, so there is actually very specific wording I chose here on these cards, which I think was probably on purpose. Because this just says it can't be targeted. So I think that does include like abilities and such. Doesn't say targeted, it just says deal damage to a card. Yeah, deal 1 damage to any card, I guess, yeah, but... I don't know, I feel like... No, I feel like actually now that I'm reading the other status cards where it specifically says targeted by an attack, I actually do feel like the intent when I wrote this is that it doesn't get affected by consumables and stuff. Including your own. I mean, I'm not entirely sure. I feel like I would have to talk about that a little bit with socks, but I feel like that's what we intend, like what the intent is when we wrote it that way. At this point. Maybe. Either way, though, like, don't take that like as 100% true, because I'm not entirely sure. But yeah, don't yeah, I was gonna say, don't like worry about it too much yet, because I haven't fully, I don't know for sure yet, but yeah, if we do decide on that, I'll make it more clear, and if not, I'll also make it more clear. I guess I'll quickly just ask about that in the group DM. Yeah, but basically either way, you don't want to make the abilities of cards in stealth too powerful, because in my opinion, there should be a reason for them to attack still. Like, it should be like a choice on whether you want to attack or whether you want to keep it in stealth. Okay, yeah. Yeah, I think what we are just going to decide on is that it does actually not, it actually can't be targeted by consumables and attachments and stuff, including your own. So I'm actually, yeah, like I just asked Socks about that, and Fi, so yeah. That's sort of, I thought so. I definitely thought so because of how I worded it. Like, how I specifically worded it in comparison to, like, Flight and Elusive, which specifically says can't be directly targeted for an attack. So I will go and update the status card for this later. Yeah. Stealth not being able to target your own things, this stealth is a good way of balancing it. Yeah. Makes it a lot harder to get rid of a card that knows the stealth is, like, super ranged. Power does still get around it. And I'm not entirely, I'm not entirely sure about this, but I do still think flight cards would be, like, affected by environment effects that would do something like that. Nothing that targets a whole field, but I do think environment effects would probably target flight, because that would make sense. But again, that's why cards should typically not, like, cards that don't leave stealth ever are pretty rare. But yeah. Guess you don't have to worry about getting despairing or anything. Huh. Wait, what? Oh, no. Never mind. Yeah, no, never mind, I get you. Power takes type the whole field by default, right? I mean, it depends on the card. Because obviously not every environment is like... Yeah, like... I can't think of a specific example off the top of my head, but like... for example, an environment that's like, after a card acts, flip a coin, and then if heads, give it +1 damage, or whatever. That's like an example off the top of my head. I don't think it's a real environment, but that would still obviously affect... That would probably still affect Stealth card. Probably. I think. Anyway, we need to go to the next status before, because I keep fucking like thinking about what's going on with this. We'll figure it out. So Swift, sorry. This card deals damage before its opponent does, rather than at the same time. If the other card has lower HP than the Swift card's damage, the Swift card kills without taking any damage. This is like another one that you should really be careful with. I think Swift cards should be very carefully balanced. Very carefully balanced. Taunt Swift cards really shouldn't exist for the most part. Like, with both of those written. Swift cards, in my opinion, shouldn't have more than like... Most Swift cards shouldn't have more than like 3 damage, maybe even 2. Champion cards can get a little bit, like, can have a bit more than that. But I think you really shouldn't be giving Swift to, like, high damage cards, because it means the card is basically unkillable. There are a couple exceptions. I think the balancing of it depends on the specific card. But it should be very rare. Swift should be like one of the rarest statuses you put on your cards because of how powerful it is. Yeah, so this one is very powerful. This is a champion. Taunt Swift 6/5, very powerful card. I think once this gets to Thrill House, I'll probably lower the damage a bit. The main downside of this one is that it isn't always this. Like, this one transforms into a different card at the start of every chapter, which does not have Swift. Yeah, mechanically it is a special status, but you do need to be so careful with it because it's like as powerful as certain ultra statuses. I think just generally also, this is just a general thing, you shouldn't really be giving cards like effects that are like choose any special status or any ultra status or anything like that. Like those really, you really need to be careful with that. You're more inclined to give a card to it as low HP. Yeah. I think those are fun. I'm gonna show a really silly champion card from Dark Beyond. Like a really silly champion card from Dark Beyond. Just with the dancing. We talked about dancing earlier. Don't worry. We're figuring out dancing. Don't worry. We figured out what we're doing about it, because dancing does feel very powerful right now. But yeah, this card is a Swift card, high damage, can't attack players. 1 HP. That's the main thing. If you have like Ferrothorn, or like any other card that deals damage to cards when they enter play, or even just like a Geo Pebble. I know the main problem is though, and I did talk about, I think I talked about this a little bit last time. You don't want to damage. You don't want to design cards that are really powerful with low HP a lot. You don't want to do it often, because Geo Pebble and like Bullet Bill and Wiimote and other damaging cards like that, they're not as common as you might think they are. Especially when we add more Explore cards in each expansion. They're not as common as you think they are. Cards that deal indirect damage, they're not that common. So you really have to be careful with how you design those cards, because you might think like, oh, I can just like throw a Wiimote at this and get rid of it. And then you're drawing Explore cards, right? And you're just getting shit like give a card Frozen. Or like an attachment that like has a showstopper, which is good, but like not what you need, you know? It's gonna be stuff that, a lot of the time it's gonna be stuff that isn't directly helpful. So it's very, you really have to, really do have to be careful with designing. Visible Self is a Swift card? Yeah, for like one turn. Not a long-term solution. I think I was maybe with getting rid of them with Wiimote, it might end up being quite good because of that. Yes, they do. I think there's like, I'm trying to figure out how to word this. Dude, I don't even know what I was going to say. You can't really bounce around the assumption that someone will always have the one counter. I think in some cases, it's okay, because like there's a lot of cards. There's a lot of cards in the game, so the more cards you add, the less likely those cards will show up. But at the same time, you got to think about it in the other way too. The more cards you add, the less likely the cards that deal with those cards can show up. You know? Dice to Wiimote is the same as Dice to Removal, and it doesn't really mean anything. Yeah, like... Basically the deal when damage cards aren't great against cards that aren't made to die in a hit or two. I mean, I would rather... Like, I'm never going to complain about having a Geo Pebble in my hand. Like, I don't know about how you guys play the game. I'm never going to complain about having a Geo Pebble in my hand. I know it's taking up hand space, but it's like so... It's like so universally useful in my opinion. Excuse me. But yeah, basically, keep your Swift cards on the lower tier. Don't give them, like, particularly good stats if you can help it, because you might think that they're a bit easier to get rid of, but they're not. They're really not. There aren't that many, like, Pokeballs and stuff in the decks either, like, especially when we add more stuff over time. Okay, so last special status. last one that's in Thrill House, sorry. Last special standard is in Thrill House. Is Taunt. Card must be removed from play before cards on your field without Taunt or your player HP can be targeted by attacks. This is also just one of the most universally... one of the most universally good statuses. I think you can put Taunt on, like, most cards. Not all, but, like, most cards. Like, there is never a bad idea. It's never a bad idea to, like, write more Taunt cards for your like, custom expansion or whatever. You didn't miss much? Yeah, you basically just missed, like, Swift. I just went over Swift. Yeah, Taunt is like Pyro said, Taunt is vital for the game's functionality. Because without Taunt, you would just kill, like, any player immediately, you know? So there needs to be a good amount of cards that have it. Now, there are certain sort of interactions that make things kind of annoying. I think Taunt cards especially, those kinds of cards, you should really only be giving them Taunt and not really many other statuses. Like, Taunt Swift is, like, fucking annoying. Taunt Armored is, like... Taunt Armored is okay, but it kind of depends on the card. Taunt cards should either have high HP and, like, low damage, or low HP and, like, high damage. They shouldn't... You shouldn't have high HP, high damage Taunt cards unless it's, like, a champion and that's all it does, you know? If it has, like, no other, like, ability or, like, Battle Cry or anything like that. And also, you have this GODGAME with 3 characters, or something, all characters Taunt by default. Isn't that just, like Magic the Gathering or whatever? I don't play that game. So I don't know how it works, really. But yeah, Taunt really is just kind of universal. It should... Like, there is no... This card doesn't... It doesn't matter that this is already a card. Nobody's gonna complain. Nobody's gonna complain if you just add, like, a card that's 2 HP, 2 damage Taunt with no text. Actually, you talking about them to choose what attacks they want to intercept. Okay. Hold on, I'm quickly... But yeah, I think, like, there should be some sort of caveat for really good... really good Taunt cards. Like, either, like, low damage or, like, some other, like, really hard condition to play them. Let me quickly look for a couple examples that aren't Alvin. Yeah, so this one's really good. This one's a really good, Taunt power I do think is pretty good a lot of the time. Pretty powerful. This is a pretty powerful skill card. Where's the champions here? Maybe. Maybe. I don't know. It's really good. I don't know if it's if it's champion tier, it's like a low-end champion tier. If any healing is broken good. Healing is not as common as you think it is. It's not. Healing is really rare. Healing is so rare. When have you ever had a card that's like heal a card 1 HP in your hand? It's as common as direct damage consumables. Those are also rare. Those aren't that common. You never have those cards when you need them. This is like Goomba Tower on steroids. Yeah, okay, I guess. You get steaks and pork chop all the time. Those ones are yeah, I don't know. Maybe that's you. I never get those cards. I never get those fucking cards when I play. Like, ever. But anyway, my point is... Taunt is like... You want to give it to cards that have, like... I think Taunt is good for cards that have, like, frustrating effects, or, like... Or ones that, like, give you an immediate benefit. Like, giving Taunt cards death rattles is always, like, interesting, you know? Though, because of the fact that Taunt cards are always going to get killed, they shouldn't have, like, overly powerful death rattles. That's my take on it. Okay, that's all the special statuses that are in Thrill House, but there are some that are going to be in later expansions that I'm going to talk about a bit. So Amped. This card deals +1 damage for every status of any type it has, excluding Amped itself. This is one that I think you should... I'm going to say straight away, you shouldn't really be giving Amped to cards with another Ridden status, because that just means it has +1 damage, no matter what. Like, you can, but you need to be careful about it, because that's just a flat +1 no matter what, you know? Don't you think it should work that way? What do you mean? I should only count for non-Ridden. Maybe. Maybe. I don't know. I kind of like it counting Ridden. Because some cards are like Ridden that way. Do you mean a flat +1 is stupid? Maybe. I don't know. Yeah, but then yeah, if you give a card Amped to a card without it, then it won't have any plus damage, even if it has another status. Give a card every status not in the game. I don't remember the name of the card that does this. Man, that card's stupid. It's like a stupid made-up card. That just kills the card, though. How? It also gets them dying, yeah. Wait, every status not in the game. Wait, yeah, dead is in the game. Huh? And Undying is also in the game. Anyway, yeah, viewer cards. I mean, obviously we're talking about making stuff for your own custom cards, but all the examples I'm using are going to be based, like, cards that are in Thrill House or are going to be in Thrill House. Because that's my point of reference, because those are the cards that I've worked on, you know? Maybe I should give charge instead? No. It's not gonna do that. I like how Amped works. I like how it is right now. But yeah, I think typically you shouldn't be giving it to cards that have other written statuses for the most part. Like, obviously you can, but you typically shouldn't. This one scales very well. There aren't actually too many things that give statuses to stuff. There's a good amount, but not like an overwhelming amount. I think I like that a lot. I think it balances it a lot. And I will open a couple of amped cards. Yeah, it adds a lot of value to explore cards. I'm going to open a couple of amped cards from like Dark Beyond, because I know that has some that have it somewhere. Where am I looking? Sorry, give me a sec. I'm seeing a lot of Obviator cards, but Amped is actually not super common in Dark Beyond. I'm seeing. Wow, yeah, I don't think there's a single skilled card in Dark Beyond that has Amped. Wait, never mind. Ken. But he doesn't... That's fine. Hold on. Antidote is never really going to give it that much extra damage. Yeah, it's pretty... I think it's pretty well balanced overall, because most of the time it's not going to have that much of an effect. It's just like a little bit of extra damage most of the time, which is nice. I think it's good for that. There we go. Amped suffers from status limit creeps if folks are shy about adding it. Wait, what do you mean status limit creep? You often want Ant to be like the only status on it that makes me sort of play with the card. Oh, right. Yeah, 3 status cards shouldn't exist, like, period. I think there's only one that I've ever made that has 3. And it's like, you just shouldn't do that, like, ever. It's stupid. So, what if it's funny? It's like it's not gonna be funny. It's never gonna be funny. It just kind of looks weird, and like not. It just kind of, I don't know. It just looks weird in my opinion. It never really looks that good. I only have one piece of fun because one of said it's just toy. Oh god. I'll be getting to toy in a bit. But yeah, Amped. You basically want to be. It's a good thing you can kind of put on whatever, because it's very not specific in what it represents. But you shouldn't put it on like anything and everything. Excuse me. Oh my god, wait. There was a regular status that I didn't go over because it's in... the future thing, and it's not stunned. I forgot about this one. I forgot about blinded. The card deals no doubt counter damage, and a blinded card may use an action to remove blinded. Yeah, I mean, there's not really much to say about it. It's pretty, like, explanatory. You don't really want to be giving this out to stuff too often because it's pretty, like, scary. Like, no, dealing no counter attack is really, really, really horrible for a card, so you really want to keep it rare. As a ridden status, I can see it having potential, though obviously you can just get rid of it with an action, so... It's not super interesting. I honestly don't... I don't know. I don't know how I feel about blinded, so I guess just kind of keep that, like, in mind, I guess. Next special status, though, is Clown. Once per turn, when a coin is flipped or a dice is rolled, Clown cards may also flip or roll. Then you may change the result to the Clown's roll. I'm trying to figure out how exactly I want to word this, but I feel like Clown is one that a lot of the time you have to be wary of the fact that having a lot of clowns in play is really annoying. Like, really, really fucking annoying. Because Clown is a status that adds upkeep to the game. Yeah? So, there being a lot of clowns in play means there's a lot of upkeep whenever anyone rolls a dice. And it's very strong. Yeah, it's already very strong on its own. It's a very strong status. You shouldn't be letting things get Clown from other means, I think. And you should really, really, really be selective about what you have Clown to. There should be a reason for it. What do you mean? You still don't get how Clown stacks? Well, every single Clown can flip or roll. And yet it should be rare. I think this is one we're probably going to look at a little bit once we get to Carnival. I don't want to say that like as a promise or anything, because I don't know if that's going to happen, but I feel like we'll probably take a look at it anyway. But basically you want to just kind of not really give it to too much stuff, and again, it should really only be the only special, like the only status it has if it has Clown. Clown cards do in a lot of cases typically have what's it called? Like they typically have effects that use rolling dice or flipping coins. Yeah, I don't really have any good examples of clowns, to be honest. Actually, no, I do have one. From something like, this one. Because this card uses D4, D10, and D6. You can reroll. Obviously that's only once during your turn. And this is a champion. Probably Jones here too? Right. What's the fucking name? Night Knight? This doesn't even... These cards don't even use dice rolls. It's really funny. But yeah, you wanna just basically do what I said, like be careful with what you... I do think Harley Quinn's a pretty alright example, but like, yeah. Fair enough. Next special status is diving. Gotta go up the turn card deal. I think that's true, yeah. After this card acts, it flips until the start of your turn. When flipped, diving cards cannot be targeted by anything with few exceptions. Diving cards gain swift and +1 damage on a float slot. I don't remember... I forgot that it still said that. We're probably gonna... I don't... That's gonna have to get reworded no matter what, because of how we're redoing kind of field effect stuff. But... So just ignore that last line for now. But yeah, this one basically it can only be gotten rid of by counterattack damage. So you really shouldn't be giving diving cards away to avoid counterattack. You know, like, you shouldn't be giving a diving card ranged, or like flight, or stealth, because it really just means, like, it can't ever really do anything. You can't really do anything about it. Diving cards should have low HP and low damage, in my opinion. Yeah, like, there's diving cards just in fucking... What's it called? Like Dark Beyond and Nebula, yeah. So, here's this one. This one does have good damage for a diving card. Now, this one doesn't have a way to avoid counter-attack damage. That's the important thing. And the main thing about diving cards is they only dive when they act. So when a diving card is played, until it's your turn, it's vulnerable. You know what I mean? It's only when it acts, but that does include acting in ways other than attacking too. So, it's... Diving has the potential to be very powerful, because you really can't... You shouldn't be giving diving cards ways to avoid counter-attack damage. Like, that's just not very fun to me. It makes it so it's like basically impossible to kill. Why don't I just see Skatara is coming? Oh, that was, yeah, I expected that. That's like one of the avatar characters they would add if they would add any. Fearsome. Now, Fearsome is in a pretty good spot. I think it's pretty powerful. It can only take direct damage from cards with 3 damage or higher. Titan Carnival has like 20 instances of clones and standards from clone cards. That's kind of funny. But yeah, so Fearsome, you want to be... I think you want to be kind of careful about the balance here. I think this is another one where you shouldn't be giving it high stats in both unless it's like a champion. You really want to be like, obviously three damage. It's like a pretty good threshold, but at the same time, there's a lot of cards that have like 1 or 2 damage, like a lot. I would say like a maybe not a majority of cards in the game, but like, you know what I mean, like more cards have 1 or 2 damage than they have like others in my opinion. I think if I had to guess. Yeah, so you kind of want to be careful about what you give Fearsome to because of that. It's a good status to put on, you know, things for flavor reasons, but it's not like the best thing to put on stuff for gameplay reasons if you want it to do a certain thing that isn't. Fearsome's another one that's kind of like, oh, you want it to be untargetable, but only like, but like not as much as like elusive. So it can afford to be a bit like more powerful in a sense than elusive cards, you know? If that makes sense. I'm trying to think of. Yeah, it does actually prevent counter-attack from those cards too. Quickly try and get a good fearsome example card. I think it's fearsome card is so low HP that it it's gotta be good. Oh, that it doesn't matter? Oh yeah. And then like skilled. How many skilled cards with fearsome? Yeah. And you one of the most flavorful and easiest heads is Zero Armor? I think so. Yeah. It's not. It's just you just have to be kind of conscious of what you're doing with it, you know? Don't make it too good, don't make it too bad. It's just, you really only have to worry about the stats for fearsome cards. Obviously, you shouldn't be giving them like crazy powerful effect or whatever, but you really only need to worry about the stats with fearsome cards. So it's not so bad. Okay, so frail / annoying. I'm not entirely sure if we're going to be keeping annoying and smelly as like those. It's probably just going to be tough and frail, maybe. Because let's be real, nobody likes adding a fucking Caillou head to their cards. Who said that? Yeah, so Frail, I think, is very, very interesting balance-wise, because it's a special status, but it's actually a negative one. I think it's very good for giving to cards that are otherwise in some way very, like, very, very powerful, and you need to give them, like, some sort of, like, hit to their survivability. And I know for a fact I wrote some cards with that in Dark Beyond. So where are they? Did I not make any Frail champions? I could have sworn I did. I'm looking at champions a lot of the time because those just feel like good, strong examples of stuff to kind of show off, but maybe I didn't. Yeah, I guess not, huh. Okay, I definitely made skilled cards with it though, right? Guys? Where am I looking? Sorry, I'm looking for any card that has Frail in my fucking files right now. And I definitely did make some for that beyond, but I can't find them anywhere. They like disappeared. Guys? Oh, here's one. It's Quint. And I think that's the only skilled card with Frail in that beyond. Help. I could have sworn there were more, but maybe not. I could have sworn there were more. But yeah, anyway, yeah, no, now Quint is the example card I'm using because I can't find any others. Wasn't... There's my music. I'm getting close to the end of the playlist a little bit. Actually, no, I still have like 30 songs. So... What? Feels cool, but it's tricky to think about that because you could just give a low HP like 2 or 3. Well... I think that is true, but at the same time... It's taking more damage from like everything. Well, obviously from direct attacks only, but like it's that extra damage adds up, you know, rather than like if it has 1 less HP, that's just 1 less HP, whereas the extra damage from Frail is adding up like a lot. It effectively means it has a good amount less HP than it's written. Obviously, depending on what's attacking it, of course, but... I think the thing with annoying is usually inputting cards in an act of spite. Yeah, I kind of feel the same. And it has that fucking stupid Caillou head. And it's a shorter word, so it fits more on cards easier. That's my other big advice for making new statuses. You want to make the words like not super long, because then they'll fit on cards easier. So Frail is one you can... I would say like Frail is one of the best statuses to give cards if you want to give card 2 statuses. Because of the fact that it's a nerf. It's like this card is good with having power and frail because it takes extra damage from shit. That's obviously including counterattacks because it's direct damage. Yeah, just I don't know. Frail's pretty fun to bounce around. It's not so crazy. Okay, next up is actually Harmonize. Another one with a really long word. But that's okay. Speaking of statuses that create upkeep, yeah. So I'm trying to figure out how to go about wording this, but yeah, Harmonize you shouldn't be giving to a lot of cards because of how they work. You need to be careful about what the battle cries do, because obviously battle cries, a Harmonize card should typically have a battle cry because of how it works, and it should be rare also because of how it works. It's basically for synergy stuff. You know? You want to give this a kind of like synergy support cards. You don't really want to be giving it to cards that are also good for other reasons, in my opinion. And yeah, it shouldn't really be on cards that are like, oh, Battle Cry, like Battle Cry, draw draw the search the top 5 cards in the explode and draw any you like, you know? You shouldn't really be if you want like musical flavor on a card without making it like really powerful, you should just give it Sick Fires, you know? Or I guess Amped also does work for that, yeah. I don't have any good examples of any Harmonized cards. You know why? Take a guess. I'm sure you can figure out why. If your answer was most of the cards that have it are Squidward cards, then you just got an A+. Oh wait. Mike Kirby. Now Mike Kirby is balanced because that includes cards on your field too. Like, that's all of the cards. So you actually don't want that going off a lot. Set ones with stealth? I guess that's true. I mean, stealth isn't really that common. Like, I can't name more than like 5 cards that have stealth as a written status, to be honest. There's definitely more than 5, I just can't name more than 5, probably. Yeah. Yeah, so just keep Harmonize rare. Keep Stealth rare too while we're at it. Okay. You got a phonic card that has some sort of way of maintaining stuff by killing it at the end? I do, yeah. Shadow One's was in the victory deck? I think so. I'm gonna skip Hellbond for now, just because you shouldn't really be worrying about cards with this. It doesn't really do anything. And, like, we're gonna be figuring out that a little bit more once we get to Hazy, probably. So we're just gonna skip over Hellbond. Alright? Immune. I actually think Immune is one of my favorite statuses I've ever added, and it's also one of the most overlooked I've ever added. This is, similarly, one of the best statuses to put on cards that already have another status. Like, you should absolutely... This is, like, one of the ones that, like, if you... You should definitely be putting this on cards that have, like, if you... I know, obviously, like, a lot of the time you don't really want to be putting Immune on cards. Oh, sorry, you'd be putting more than one status on cards. If you're putting Immune on something, that's good. I actually am probably going to change it to make it so it can't gain or lose any status conditions other than the ones it has. I think that's how I should probably balance that. Especially because Immune takes up a space as a written status, you know? And you shouldn't be giving them more than 2. Like, if you give a fucking card more than 2 written statuses, I hate you. You reading this. You reading the chat right now. One big ass mech champ you sent a while ago would not be valid as a card design. I mean, yeah, I think Immune is very interesting because of that. There is actually a pretty good example card of Immune in my opinion. And it's not actually the one that's on the picture. Actually, it kind of is, because this card is... If you can't lose it, it's a bit weird flavor-wise. Wait, what do you mean? I need to remake this card because the picture looks kind of terrible. Like, really bad. But I like this card a lot. Extremely simple. Just really good. I really like this card. And then there's also one from Dark Beyond that has it. Which is, I know I opened this one earlier, but Symbiote Spider-Man. Immune is a lot of the balancing reasons for giving card Immune is, it is just like, you want to cap the card somehow, you know? You don't want to be giving it like Taunt, Undying, Speed. 3/6 range can't get anything on it strong. Well, true, it can't get regular statuses on it. But it's also true that it can get like speed. I don't know if it has a written status of Immune and Burned. What's the flavor of Immune depending on losing Burned? Well, why are you writing a card that has Immune and Burned? I don't know. That's just a problem with how you're writing cards. I feel like Immune should not be an ultra status. There's no fucking shot. No way it should be an ultra status. I think Immune being something that you can roll from stuff like special statuses is why it should be a special status. Like, I really like it for that. It's just an example. Well, that's fair, but like, I feel like you should probably just be writing. You shouldn't, if you don't want the card to always have the those statuses, then you shouldn't be giving them that status as written status, you know? Like, that's the whole point of Immune. What's the flavor of immune keeping its other rhythm statuses? I mean, I feel like it would feel weird for like a taunt, like a taunt immune card, for example, to lose that. Maybe I'll change the flavoring of what immune is once we get to Chaos Rising. Like maybe I'll change the flavor of the status, but like effect wise, I really like how it is. It's very good as a balancing measure, and it's also very good as a it's very good as a balancing measure from both sides. It can't get more powerful, but it can't get weaker from statuses. Like, I really... and you might notice that I really like designing statuses like that, because I also... I didn't design Steadfast and Oblivious, that was Phoebe, but I do really like those ones. So yeah, immune is one you want to be putting on stuff that feel like that you want to balance in some way properly. So next up is integrate. Oh, Pyro. Hi. When an ally card on your field would gain any type of counter, it goes to this card instead. Choose which if there are multiple cards with this status in play. Counters on this card may be freely moved off onto other ally cards during your turn. This is a very powerful one. It gives you a lot of field control. It synergizes very well with other cards on your field that have like Armored, for example. And I think, yeah, should be rare, because you shouldn't be getting a lot of counter control, because a lot of cards generate counters in specific ways for a reason. But yes, it also so counters affected by charge are Shield, Ink, Doom. Wait, did I say affected by charge? Affected by Integrate. Shield, Ink, Doom, Charge, and then regular counters, like just like a basic counter. It obviously it doesn't affect it does not affect cards like it doesn't affect like +1 damage, +1 HP, MP, or burst, because those aren't like, I'm trying to figure out the wording for that. Those aren't like gameplay stuff. Those are purely mechanical, you know? Those aren't like real counters, if that makes sense. Those are only there to denote something. They're only there to... yeah, they're only there to keep track of stuff. They're not like something that actually affects anything. Yeah, it wouldn't make sense, yeah. So, yeah, so the main downside of it, obviously, is it affects all counter types that it affects. And it only happens during your turn. You can only move them around during your turn. So if an integrate card gets a bunch of Doom or Ink, it's pretty much probably just gonna die. You want to keep integrate cards simple, in my opinion. You don't really want to be giving them a lot of stuff going on because of how powerful the status already is. Now, obviously that doesn't mean they shouldn't have any like abilities or like anything else at all. Just you already have a bit to keep track of with this, so you don't want to be making it do too much else as well. Now, yeah, so there's only one integrate card in Dark Beyond, I think. And obviously there's a lot in not a lot, but like a good amount in Nebula, because that's where it was introduced. But I'll open the one from Dark Beyond, and then Pyro, if you can name like a couple Nebula ones that I can open to show off. think Fusion Suit Samus actually does, yeah. It's Chorus? Yeah, Chorus. No, she doesn't use counters, but she's a good example of a card that has integrate. Yeah, so this one uses counters to its benefit, so it's good. It's an interesting design with integrate. I really like it. Yeah, but don't worry about that too much, Pyro. Like that's just how it goes. Anyway, next status. Is Mage. Now this one doesn't actually have the new thing we've added to it yet. But basically, when the card is played, gain one MP, and obviously also, cards with Mage can act to gain 1 MP. Belting, is a good example. Yeah, I'll open that up real quick too then. Whoops. There we go. Yeah, this one is a pretty interesting effect with integrate. It's like the focus of the card. Yeah, so Mage cards, you really, I think when you're writing a card that is a Mage, you want to be using effects that interact with MP on those cards, or cards that are like affect spells in some way. You kind of want to make it make sense, you know what I mean? And I think because of that, this is also, I've been saying this for like every status, and I think it's kind of just true. Most of the time, you really shouldn't be giving things more than one status, and that does include Mage. So let me open a couple interesting Mage cards. I'll open the one that I immediately remember from Dark Beyond, and then I'll open some from Arcana too. Some of these cards aren't going to have the new name yet, because it's MP and not the old name. But yeah, so so you could spend 1 MP to roll 1d8, which is obviously for this card's effect. You can, while you have 1 MP, you can reveal the top of the explode deck whenever you like, and when you draw a spell, instead choose the 5 topmost spells and choose one. So you know, it's you wanna be making Mage cards that that interact in some way with the associated mechanics, you know, like with MP or with spells. And obviously, I think it's fine to not do that, but like for the most part, you probably should be. I feel like that just kind of makes sense, you know? That's how you should be doing that. Mage cards, there isn't really like a recommended stat spread for those, because they can kind of be anything. Just use your own judgment on what you feel is too strong for a particular card in that regard, and like stick to the typical guidelines from last time of the stat spread for card types, you know? That's just kind of like your own judgment there. Mutated. This one is kind of tough to know when you should give to something. And I think a lot of the time you kind of really shouldn't. Like mutated should obviously be pretty rare because mutations themselves are very powerful. I think there aren't that many mutated cards, and a lot of the time it's because there's not really much of a reason to give a card mutated, because it's kind of difficult to think of the flavor of those, like the reason why a card would have mutated. So there isn't really too much I can say about this one, other than just be careful about what you give it to, because it's a very powerful status, because mutations are powerful. And that's really, like, all I can really say about it, because there aren't really too many amazing examples, you know, as of right now. Especially since mutations themselves haven't changed since nuclear was added. Mutated my son who I love. I think I don't love it, but I don't hate it. It's like a middle of the road status for me, I think. Just one that I'm not gonna like jump to give to cards really ever, but like one that I'm never gonna complain about seeing on a card. You know what I mean? I do think some of the mutations themselves need some rebalancing once we get there, but that's like a conversation for when we get there. We don't need to worry about that right now. So next status. Obviator. This card deals +1 damage for every status of any type the targeted card has. If the target has any shield, it removes all shield from the target when attacking. I'm very happy with how I enable status of different other type of fight. Yeah, I really like it for that flavor, because there's no other status like that. You know, I think that's like one of the big things that I really do like about mutations. There's no other status like it, and I don't think there should be any other status like it. But yeah, this one is one of my yeah, not to this is my son that I love. Like Sox loves mutated. That's their son that they love. This is mine. It's so like, I don't know how to word it. This is one that you could. This is similar to Amped in that this is one you can kind of put on whatever card you want, as long as it like feels like it makes sense, which a lot of the times it will, because of how non-specific of a name and flavor-wise it is. This is a good counter to basically a lot of other cards in the game. Now, obviously, we've been getting a lot better with not giving every card a status, and I think that's a good thing. Like, definitely a good thing. But a lot of cards in the game have at least one status. So this is for dealing like a flat +1 to like a lot of cards. And then cards that have 2 statuses. Yeah, cards that have 2 statuses, this is dealing like +2 to all of them. I'm glad we're dialing it back. Like, I'm glad we're making it so 2 statuses is pretty rare. And then, like, most cards have either 1 or none. But Obviator is very good. It's very good against, like, building cards, too, you know? Like, do you remember the game that I played against Sox where they had the Spartacus card that had, like, 7 statuses on it? And I couldn't, like, do anything about it? Obviator. If I had an Obviator card, I would have been able to kill Spartacus with, like, 1 attack. It's a status for, like, dealing with problems. And it's a status, especially it's a status for dealing with the problem of we've shield is a very good status. Sorry, shield is a very good thing to have on cards, and it's very powerful. Now this is a reason why we're moving it to Slug Warriors in the first place, because we really want to get anti-shield in the game as soon as we can. But yeah, I think this is one you can kind of put on a lot of cards. I don't think you should be giving it to cards that are like... Just like use your own judgment on what's balanced, you know what I mean? Like don't give a card like, oh, like 10 damage Obviator. You know, it's just like at that point it's like gonna kill anything anyway, it's not really necessary. So like this one, well, actually, wait, not that one. That does have Obviator, but I don't think it's a really good example of it. There are some really good examples in fucking Dark Beyond. Are you okay with me redoing the Obviator items at some point, salving them, but there's some line tweaks on it? As long as you do it soon. Like, I guess. But... so yeah, I really like this one. And then there's like a couple others from Dark Beyond that I really like too that I'm trying to find. I'm noticing in Dark Beyond there's a lot of like oblivious and like elusive cards. Well, it's just a Brustmas from DD, let's spend through E-Armor. That's really good. I like that a lot. Oh, there actually are a lot of Obviator skilled cards in Dark Beyond, I'm realizing. Yeah, Obviator cards, a lot of the time, you actually have liberty to kind of just give them very simple effects, you know? Not simple necessarily, but like, I mean, ones that don't necessarily synergize with the status itself, because it doesn't need to, you know? It's just something you can give to stuff, and then it'll do its thing, you know? It's just a good one for dealing with things. I'm not really doing a very good job of explaining it verbally, but I think you get what I mean at least, right? Like, it's something you can just kind of... Like, none of these really, like, particularly affect or have an effect related to what they do. It's just like related to the status, rather. It's just like on them, you know? It's something you can give to anything without worrying too much about the balancing of the rest of it. Well, obviously, I mean, you know what I mean. You still need to worry about the balancing, but like you don't need to worry about the balancing in regards to also having Obviator on the card. A very, very solid status, yeah. Could you use more status play effects too? What do you mean? And then... look at the stars when they hit you to go to bed. Oh, that is interesting, yeah. I think there are a couple cards that do that. So, Rooted. Card deals 1 HP at the end of every turn. Rooted cards can't move and can't have flight. If a card will be moved onto a field slot occupied by a rooted card, the other card is absorbed by the rooted card, which heals the rooted card for the other card's current HP, and then the other card is discarded. So this is good for cards you want to stick around. Like, I think giving them like good HP and like a low damage is good for rooted cards. I can't really show any good examples because it's not in Thrill House yet, like at all. Maybe there's like too many things going on. I don't agree. But like that's fair, I guess. I think yeah, it's a very solid. You need to think very hard about your positioning with rooted cards. So I think writing cards that have effects related to the positioning of them it is a very interesting thing to do, and like something that you might want to do because you can't move them after you play them. And like positioning related to other cards too. I think that's really good. But yeah, I don't really have any good examples to show because it's not in Thrill House yet. or in like a recent status. Haven't seen too many cards that move other cards. The cards that move other cards are rare, but you can move your cards on your turn as long as they have an action. And a lot of the time it doesn't really come up. Rooted is a good way to make it come up more often. The Bob card from Overwatch saved a field from Lugia because he couldn't move. Wait, what? What does Lugia do again? Oh. Right. Don't know if you'll ever remember these other things, you just never think about it. I don't know. It'll I feel like it'll make a lot more sense once it's in Thrill House, you know? I feel like it'll be a lot more you know, you get what I mean. Anyway, next status. Let's see, where are we? Oh yeah, smart. I have like stuff to say about this one, but I also kind of don't. I feel like it's pretty self-explanatory. You should give smart to cards that you want to interact with smart cards. I can't really say too much about it because smart cards haven't been redone yet. We kind of want, I mean, I at least kind of want to redo them a bit because a lot of the ones that are in right now are kind of like a little weirdly formatted and they don't look great. And I want to kind of have more of a focus on them than there is right now, you know? But yeah, they're basically like trivia cards. Now, giving a card smart, it's sort of like festive. It's sort of like festive, so anything you... Balance-wise, anything you feel like you could give festive to, you could also give smart to. You know? It's the same level of balancing. You keep wanting to give cards in your expansion smart, and then remembering fucking no one has access to the smart cards. Yeah, and they're not going to have access to the smart cards for a while either. They'll be available at some point. It's just that this is a mechanic that you can't really interact with right now, you know? So I guess if you're adding smart to a card, then think about the fact that you can't give it to anything. You can't actually use it yet. So, next status is my favorite. Well, maybe not my favorite, like one of my favorites in the game. Steadfast and Oblivious. Thanks to the card's willpower or its own awareness, the card's stats cannot be altered through any means. The card also ignores any modifiers on other cards that would affect the damage it deals or takes. When the card attacks a card with shield, it deals damage to the card's HP directly ignoring shield, and when the card attacks a sturdy card that has all its HP, if the card would be lethal, the sturdy card dies. What do you mean? This is one thing? What do you mean? But yeah, this just has a bit connected. Oh yeah, it's for flavor reasons. But yeah, it's this one is one of my favorites because of how well the balance works, you know? Like, what am I trying to say here? You can't use like plus damage attached, like you can't use like a Mega Mushroom on this. You can't use a real knife on this, but it's also unaffected by real knives and like Mega Mushrooms on other cards, and it's unaffected by like shield on other cards. It's like so. It's such a good way of designing, like, oh, this card isn't gonna change. Like, this card isn't gonna change. I think there should be more status free flavors because they really help cards with mechanics and flavor align. We thought about it a little bit, but a lot of the time it doesn't. It would like really have to be warranted for us to add more, you know. Like there's no reason why we. There's no reason why you wouldn't want to just give a card power, like that doesn't need a reflavor at all, you know what I mean? A lot of the time it's really just, you know, I think it depends on the status. But yeah, that's why we added elusive and repulsive, because yeah. It's a good effect. But like giving something repulsive the whole time, you know? And yeah, it's also most stuff to memorize. We want to keep the game accessible, so only having a few is better. I don't know how good of an example this actually is, because this one has both. But it's a steadfast card. There's gotta be a better one than this. There's gotta be a better one than this. And there definitely is. I'm just looking for it. Hold on. Probably champion, if I had to guess. Ah, I really like this one. Let's see, definitely. Something really good you can do with Steadfast and Oblivious is give it to cards that have really annoying and stupid effects, and then give them low stats so they can't actually get changed. You know? Or especially giving a card 0 damage and Oblivious and Steadfast Oblivious. It's very, like, you gotta balance the stats well. I think Steadfast Oblivious cards should have like they shouldn't ever have stats that go above average it, like, you know what I mean, like higher level. Like you shouldn't have like overpowered statistically ones with like downsides, in my opinion. Well, I think if they do have certain downsides, it might be okay, but like most of the time, you shouldn't really be making like very, very good statistically ones. They should just be like, you know, normal cards. Because they're niches that they don't get changed, you know? Stupid. Hey, where's Professor X? Yeah, oh wait, this one doesn't have Steadfast and Oblivious. You could just kill this one. Or you can theoretically just buff it. Help. But yeah, that's basically what there is to say about Steadfast and Oblivious. You want to just make sure you're doing the stats well, because those cards really only have one major purpose, which is to disrupt other cards. Okay, Sturdy. As long as the card is at max HP, it can't be discarded by any means. If it were to die, leave it at 1 HP instead. Cards with max 1 HP, 0 HP, undefinable question mark HP, or X HP cannot activate this effect. As long as the Sturdy card has Shield, the effect can activate even if it would not otherwise. Sturdy is one that is a little difficult to bounce around in my opinion, but like not as difficult as other ones like Speed. It's very... like, it basically just means I think it's very good on basic cards, yeah. Like, this one. This is one of my favorite basic cards I've ever added, in my opinion. I really like this one. Yeah, cards with lower HP. That's typically what should have Sturdy. If you write a card with Armored and Sturdy, you better have a very good reason for that. And it should probably still be a low HP card. If you make a high HP card with Armored and Sturdy, I'm gonna kill you. So yeah, Sturdy. It can be on higher HP cards, and I think there are a couple examples of that in Dark Beyond if I look. Or maybe not, actually. Maybe I was good about that. But yeah, for most of the time, you should really just be putting it on lower HP cards, because the idea is that, you know, you can kind of keep them alive a little longer. But yeah, cards that interact with Shield, I think, are interesting with Sturdy. And obviously, you know, like lower HP just generally. You really want to be just making it low HP cards, and not something people have to worry about too much. It's not supposed to be like something that keeps the card around forever. Just something that keeps it around a bit longer than it would otherwise. Okay, so Tough and Smelly. This is the inverse of Frail and Annoying. This one is very difficult to bounce around too, and I've honestly kind of seen that myself. In my own cards I've wrote. I think cards with Tough shouldn't have like these also shouldn't really have like super high HP, because it just means it's going to take forever to get rid of it. Like it's only direct attacks, of course, but like you know, it's it's something you have to be careful about. You can't really just be giving it to anything. Even if it makes sense, you shouldn't be giving this to like anything, because it's very powerful. I'm gonna quickly open up a couple examples of tough cards too. So this one is pretty decent HP. And then I think there's a couple others like Mecha Knuckles, I think, has it. Seems so smelly, moving seems fairly annoying. Yeah, that makes sense. There should be more frail cards, I think, because it's a really mechanically interesting status. It doesn't get a lot of play. Yeah, so I don't really... Yeah, it's a good alternative to Armored, exactly. That's exactly what I was thinking of, but I forgot to say. Or rather, I couldn't think of the words for it. It's a good way to give a card some additional survivability, but it's not as in some ways it's stronger than Armored, but in other ways it's nowhere near as good. So it sort of depends. If a card has both Tough and Armored, you really need to give it like 2 HP, to be honest. Or like 3 at most, like 3, you know? Cards shouldn't really have both of those, in my opinion. So, Tie is next up, and I have opinions on Tie. But basically, the card can't act if it's adjacent to a non-tie. And obviously, as Sox originally wrote it too, and I guess I forgot to put that on the status card, is that it also does not have any text. Now, we've talked about that a little bit in our development chat, in that that may be a little bit too debilitating, like too big of a downside. We're going to be figuring out Tie, because Tie has a lot of interesting potential as a status. Yeah, it's going to be way more, I think. But yeah, if you're designing a Tie, I think you have a lot more liberty to make them a bit better than other cards because of the downside. Unfortunately, in the cards that are currently active, yeah, maybe, yeah, I think they should be... There should be a way to get, like, yeah, I get what you mean. Keep it, yeah, so I guess keep in mind when you're designing Ties that there's going to be... We're going to be writing them with the intent that you should, excuse me, be able to get more of them. And they'll buff other Ties. But they should still have the downside, obviously, of can't act if adjacent to a non-tie. So yeah, that one's... the only real like, there's some pretty good Ties in... Like, there's some pretty okay Ties in Nuclear, like... This is, like, a pretty statistically, like, decent card. Like this one, too. I don't like text on this one, but... most of the cards that are Ties are like the stupid types. This one's pretty good, actually. Where are the tykes? Carnival something. Blue? Is it blue? Arcana? Wait, no fucking shot. Where are they? Types are Arcana? Yup. These cards suck fucking ass, bro. These cards are terrible. Help. I get the design intent behind these cards, but oh my god, man. But yeah, no, ties are very, very mechanically interesting as like an idea. And I think they're gonna get a lot more fun once Sox especially comes up with a bunch of new ideas for them, because I know Sox really likes Toy, and I know I'm gonna really like Toy once Sox reworks it too, because I think it has a lot of potential as it is, and I think my advice on writing cards for it is just keep it in mind that like I think it's okay if they're a bit better than other cards because of the downside, you know. And don't, like, if you're don't make it like, if you're gonna make toy cards, you want to make a decent amount of them, you know. You don't want to make like only 2, because then it's never gonna like really do anything for you. Okay, so Transient. After this card acts, it dies. Whenever a transient card is in a discard pile, the active player may summon it to the field once per turn. This one you really need to be careful about bouncing. Like, I'm not entirely sure how to phrase this, but you shouldn't be giving a transient card speed, I guess, is the main thing. Obviously it's once per turn, but then like it can act immediately, you know, then it's going to be kind of too good. I think transient cards shouldn't have amazing stats. They should have like okay, like not bad stats, but I don't think they should have like amazing stats. Because of how often, and like the effects shouldn't be like overwhelmingly good because of how they work, you know? No, summoned cards are exhausted. Because that's how, like playing a card from your hand is summoning it, you know? When a card is summoned, it basically acts as if it's being played for the first time. So yeah, with Transient, you kind of want to be careful about the effects on the cards especially. And especially Death Rattles. You really, really want to be careful with giving Transient cards Death Rattles, because those are going to be activating a lot. You know what I mean? You don't really want to be giving... And Battle Cries, yeah. You don't really want to be... It's sort of the same as Harmonize. You kind of don't really want to be giving overly powerful Battle Cries and Death Rattles to Transient cards. And at the same time, I also feel like you probably shouldn't be letting things give out Transient to cards a lot of the time. Like, if we had a card that's like, give a card Transient, it'll probably be like pretty rare. Like, maybe like 2 copies. Maybe even Victory Deck only, to be honest. But you should really, like, yeah, it's just like, be careful about the stats, and be careful about the effects on this. You know? So that's basically that. And then that's all the special statuses. Next we have ultra statuses, but I am gonna go to the bathroom. So 1 second. Hi. So let's go over the ultra statuses now. Now, ultra statuses are very, very powerful effects. Oh wait, what just happened? Something just fell. On both, good side and bad side, you know? Ultra statuses can be both good and bad. Good or bad. Or both, theoretically. So let me quickly open those up. I'm going to do this in reverse order this time, I think, because Undying is probably the one that I should start with. An Undying card cannot fall below 1 HP. If it were to, or already is below 1 HP, set it back to 1 HP. Cannot die under regular circumstances. This basically is self-explanatory. It's just unkillable. You very much want to be careful about what you give this to. Ultra statuses in general, I want to say, like, you really need to be careful about what you give that to. Yeah, lets us make strong statuses without having to worry about cards that are drawing any special status. You really want to be My playlist is over. What the hell? Sucks, do you have a card making playlist that you can link to me? Because I ran out of songs. Oh, like a chill playlist for your streams. Thank you. I'll quickly just put a song on in the background while we wait. So yeah, ultra statuses you don't want to be giving to cards that often. You want to probably have like no more than like, if your expansion is like 400 something cards, you probably don't really want to be giving ultra statuses to like more than like a single digit number of cards, if even that many. Oh, okay, Socks link me the playlist thing. Dude, the Mitamo music? No way. Yeah, so you don't want to be giving ultra statuses to... And you really only want to... This isn't Little Big Planet music I'll link to. I shuffled the playlist. Is it not meant to be shuffled? You made them to be listened in order. Okay, I didn't know that. I didn't know that, sorry. I'll go to the start. Here we are. Yeah, so... Undying in particular is one you really want to be giving to very, very, very specific cards. Ones that feel entirely like they warrant it and nothing else. You shouldn't be making things that give out Undying. Shot This Song isn't DMCA. It's not, is it? No, it can't be, because Sox listens to this on their stream. So... I'm gonna get some examples of base game Undying cards, just to show kind of what we've made, because there really aren't that many, but like good, you know, for good reason. Yeah, there's Clover, who has a chance to lose Undying whenever it's whenever it's targeted. There's... Are there any Undying cards in Delta? I feel like there have to be. I can't remember. Yeah, no, there is Power Star, but that's only in the Victory deck. And there's only like 1 or 2 copies in there. There's the Danganronpa OC in this card. Right, Abaddon has it. I forgot that Abaddon has it. And he also loses it. Like, he also has a chance to lose it. In general, we're very I'm very like meticulous about in Disney World for some reason. They don't know the law. Kelsey the only undying card that comes to mind that doesn't lose it. Well, actually no, the supersonic cards don't have undying. I forgot about that. They don't, do they? Huh. There is at least one in Dark Beyond. Oh, and Mew. Let me open Mew. That's Mewtwo, that's not Mew. Mew, I think, is warranted because it's very low HP, very low damage. And it's Mew. It's a victory card. This one's much harder to get than most other cards. Most cards that have Undying either lose it, like through some means, or are champions with a downside or low stats. So I really like the balancing on this one. Because you can remove Undying from this card during your turn. And obviously you get an upside for that. Like any special status you want. And obviously, so it's... Yeah, Undying is one that's you really should only be giving to a small handful of cards. And like being very careful about what you give them to. Basically, yeah. And I don't think there's much else to say about it, to be honest. Just be careful what you give it to. And, like... Don't give it, like, amazing... Don't give Undying cards, like, amazing stats unless they have, like, a huge downside, you know? Like, I would say, like, for example, an Undying Despairing card maybe interesting balance-wise. But at the same time, like, you don't want to just... You want to be careful, basically. So the next Ultra status, fittingly, is actually Resolute. A card with Resolute is the only thing that can be targeted by attacks by any card not in your field. This supersedes Taunt and other targeting effects. So... this one is, like, almost a joke. But, like, not really. This one should really... Similarly to Undying, this really should only be on, like, particularly special cards. Like Kill House has it, for obvious reasons. It was made for this character. But, like, most of the cards that have Resolute, because they're going to be targeted no matter what, either have very high HP pools, which doesn't always feel very fun to have to go against, you know? Or are joke cards. So, Resolute... I feel like I'm going to be saying this a lot. I feel like this is just going to be what I'm saying with Ultra statuses, is just, like, kind of... Don't give this to cards a lot of the time. If a card has Resolute, it should very much be for a good reason. Because that's like... And it should have something... It should have something that, like, goes with it. You know? Like, it should have a... It should have an effect that that, like, makes sense with it being Resolute. Yeah. I think Puddin and Killhouse might be the only Resolute cards in Thrillhouse Edition. If I don't think I'm forgetting any. I think those are the only ones. Yeah, I'm taking a quick look. I'm not like seeing any others at all. So yeah, you basically only want to give Resolute to cards for a joke, and only if it's a very funny joke, and most of the time it's not going to be. Or like a card that is expressly designed for the purpose of that, you know? If you give a card... I feel like this is the big advice for Ultra Statuses. If you give a card an Ultra Status, that's going to be like the whole deal of the card. You shouldn't be giving them like other stuff going on. That should be like the whole focus of the card. I think. So the next Ultra Status... is actually Hopeful. So this one actually did get nerfed a little bit recently. I mean, I wrote it down as a nerf at least. But your HP cannot be targeted by attacks when a Hopeful card is in your field. So this is basically like sort of a better taunt in a sense that you can't be targeted. But the card with Hopeful doesn't need to be targeted. Hopeful is one that requires very careful balancing. I think more than every other Ultra Status, genuinely. Because if a card has high HP and Hopeful, and it's like, you can't target it for some other reason, it's just like, it's not going to be very fun. You know? I don't think it's going to be very fun to play around. High HP Hopeful cards, in my opinion, should have some downside. Because it's just like... You're just sitting there and wailing on this card and it's just never going to die. You're never going to be able to deal any damage to the other player with your cards. So you shouldn't... you shouldn't ever give a card Hopeful and Undying. Ever. You shouldn't ever give a card Hopeful, and I'm probably also going to say like Swift. In general, Hopeful cards really only should be... Hopeful should be the only status. Yeah, unless it's like, obviously, yeah. Unless it's like specifically balanced around that stuff, but like... Just generally, like, if you're able to use your own... You want to be able to use your own judgment on that stuff. Yeah, they should have, like, an insane fucking downside if you have something like that. Because Hopeful is so good. And it is Ultra for a reason, but, like... You know, it's... Yeah, I'll actually open up Alter Ego for a really good example of a Hopeful card. This card has 10 HP. So you take 10 damage. On the death rattle, you take 10 damage, ignore Hopeful, then heal this card fully. So if you can protect this card, it's really, really good. But if you can't protect this card, it's like you're losing the game. Like you're probably gonna lose the game a lot faster than you actually probably would otherwise, you know? Because you can't actually get rid of this by any other means, you know? You really have to be careful. Like, Hopeful card... I'm going to show an example of a Hopeful card that I think is overtuned, and I actually want to change. I'm going to go back and change that card. Because I wrote this one. You had a game where a player that was already at 0 HP start you from winning the game by activating your helpful card and dying. Which wait, like, oh, was this like a more than 2-player game? Yeah. Oh god. But yeah, so this is a hopeful card that I think is a bit overtuned, and I would like to go back and change. I'm probably going to change this to say it can't gain or lose statuses. And I'm definitely going to lower the HP too. Because I think this is very overtuned right now. This is from The Sims 2. Okay. Yeah, so like, this is just a skilled card, you know? And I think I way overtuned it with Hopeful. I definitely need to nerf this one a bit. I've been thinking about it for like a while. So yeah, Hopeful is very much not easy to balance around a lot of the time. I actually don't think I added... Did I add any Hopeful cards in Dark Beyond at all? Let me check. I definitely didn't add any champions that have it. Maple Hoof, wow. Do you realize you want to do parallel with a lot of Thrill House cards? I've been doing that. I've been doing that for a while. Like, since like day 3. This might actually be the perfect Hopeful card. Move this to Slug Warriors. I might. This might be the perfect Hopeful card. It's just, it doesn't have anything else going on. It only has Hopeful. That's the most important. Ultra statuses shouldn't have other stuff going on most of the time. And Ultra status should be rare, so like 1 in like 10,000 cards should have other stuff going on with Ultra statuses, you know? Yeah, this is like the only fucking Hopeful card in Dark Beyond, I think. It's really funny. That's a good thing because of how rare it is. But yeah, no, I've been like doing erratas on Real House cards for like a good bit. On stuff that's like too strong for some means. Right, the Metropolis environment. This is also stopping you taking damage period, not just that isn't specified in the status card. Yeah, that was kind of a nerf that I felt like was necessary. Because it isn't... The old way of it, like where it prevents all damage, isn't mirrored with Despairing, which is what it's supposed to be. And that's actually the next one, so let me open it. Your HP can always be targeted. Like, when I originally wrote these, because like, that, like, Hopeful and Despairing were kind of added for a new God game. Like, my intent was that they would be mirrored, but I didn't quite do it right. But yeah, Despairing is actually very interesting. Your HP can always be targeted, so inflicting this on cards should obviously be very rare, like all Ultra statuses, because it's very bad. I think it's one of my favorite statuses to design around for cards that have it. Like, giving a card Despairing as a written statuses means you can do so much interesting stuff with the card because of the big downside. And let me find some good examples of that. Actually, I have perfect examples of that. That are well, I have two special cards that are. Oh wait, no, those aren't Never mind. Those aren't despairing. Those aren't hopeful and despairing. However, I'm gonna very briefly go back to Undying for a second. This one has a very big upside and low stats. This one has a very big downside and high stats. Very good examples of balancing. Do you want to see a New Age Nuclear Despairing card? Yes, please, please. Oh, right, you did... You posted this one in the group chat. Can I share this on Stream Socks? Malcolm. This one has a huge upside. But also a huge downside if you're God. This one is really good for 4-player games. This one is horrible for 2-player games. This is horrible for 2-player games. And yeah, the 2-player is so fucking funny, man. You're not the boss of me now. Malcolm in the middle. Yeah, in 2-player games, this means there's only one turn in every chapter. Help. That's really fun. This card is fucking awesome. This is a really good Despairing card because it has a very big downside and a very big upside. And it has pretty good stats for a skilled card too. Oh, there is actually a very good example of hold on. Excuse me. I'm opening an animated card right now. But yeah, this one has very insane stats because it's Despairing, you know? And it has a very good showstopper because it's Despairing. And what else does it do? Wait, it paused. I was gonna tab out and like play his jump scare, like the sound, but Photoshop pauses animations when you tab out. But yeah, no, Despairing cards have a lot more liberty to be very powerful because of the fact that they're because of the fact that you can always be targeted, you know? It's a very mechanically interesting status. One that I really, really like a lot. Okay, so... Next Ultra status. Is actually Deep Sleep, which is very funny. Card may not act at the end of a chapter. Flip a coin for each card in your field that is in Deep Sleep. If heads, it wakes up. It's basically just a more debilitating sleep. This one is probably the most tame, theoretically, but also kind of not. This is literally dancing. That's why we need to nerf dancing. That's why we need to nerf dancing. Or maybe we need to make this one worse. This is good, just no bouncing. Okay. Yeah. Dude, when you write a status at like fucking 11 p.m. Yeah. But yeah, you know, deep sleep, basically, this is one things you wanna kind of disable for a bit. There aren't really that many cards that use it, and I think I can only name like one off the top of my head, and it's fucking. Where is it? Jade? Oh, that's not the one I was thinking of, actually. I was thinking of fucking Rotten, Horrid, Meat, and Dead. Where's that card? Hold on. Ah, there it is. Oh, and yeah, the Yumaniki card. Madutsuke. And Jade Harley also uses it. Yeah, so most cards that have Deep Sleep use something with it, if you know what I mean, like their effect relates to it because of how kind of rare it is. It's sort of something you should really only be putting on cards for specific reasons like that. You shouldn't really be putting it on other stuff. Yeah, so... And then the last Ultra status, which I really don't need to talk about... Sorry, the last Ultra status is in Thrill House Edition, that I really don't need to talk about much more. Is Dead. This card is dead. Activate its battle cry for Piccolo, then when played, then kill it. Discard it and activate its death order if it has one. Don't write cards that inflict this, please. Don't write cards that make cards dead. Please, for the love of God. There are like a couple cards that do it with showstoppers. And even then, that's like, oh, you know, it's only because it makes specific sense for that specific character. You really, really, really need to be like, and Scout? From Darby? Wait, who is Scout? Never mind. Never mind. Never mind. Stupid. I don't want to talk about this one. Stupid. A card with written status dead as a joke is basically always as a joke. You know, like. Do you think it's a joke for one card because killing card is really powerful? I mean, both. It's both. Like, the dead really only exists for Brian Griffin. Like, that's why it was made. No other card really should have it. No other card really should be able to inflict it most of the time. It should be very rare. And yeah, killing a card with like no downside is so powerful. So it really should be like... I think certain cards even... I don't remember the specific card, but there's certain... Like, I think there's like an environment or an explore card or something that's like like a random ultra status excluding dead. I genuinely think there's a card that says that because dead is that good. I don't remember the specific card. Staffberry? Pyro, you're like the goat in chat right now. Now, where is Staffberry? I can't find it. Is it a victory card? It is a victory card. Yeah, yeah. Give it a random ultra status that isn't dead. I just, like, don't think there's, like... Socks, did we add... I don't think we actually added a victory card that's just give a card dead, did we? Like, I think we specifically chose not to. I thought you meant don't write cards that kill cards straight up. Yeah, I mean... Like, don't just write cards that say, like, oh, kill... whatever, you know? Me looking through the viewer's spell deck earlier where half the cards were near unconditional removal. Help. Is that true? Anyway, future ultra statuses. So... There aren't actually that many. There's Windmill that just deletes a card. Yeah, that's true. But that's one of a kind. There's only one of that card. So... Chained. Cards that are chained are linked to another card on the field. Whenever a chained card leaves play, any cards chained to it leave play in the same way. It is also discarded, deleted, returned to the owner's hand, etc. If a card gains chain without a specified target, player inflicted the effect chooses a card in play for it to be chained to. Now I know Pyro especially has a lot of opinions on this because she made this one. You shouldn't be giving chained as a ridden status because it doesn't really make sense. It's like stupid. You can just remove whatever you want. Chained is balanced the way it is on cards for a reason. It shouldn't be like... Yeah, it's not totally set in stone right now because Pyro is figuring it out. But yeah, right now as it is, you really shouldn't be making it a ridden status because it's like way too good. So here's a card from Dark Beyond that I made that uses chained. It's basically just free. It's basically just like free removal on certain cards, and it should only really be on certain cards. In my opinion, cards that use chain should only really be targeting like specific kinds of cards. That's why Klagan, for example, only targets cards that are basic cards. I believe there's at least one champion or something. Oh wait, it's not a champion, it's also a basic card in Dark Beyond. This one is kind of crazy good. But they have to be on different fields. Sometimes it's better since you can draw them both. Huh? Oh, I mean, I guess if there's like a Pokeball or something. Yeah. But yeah, that's pretty niche. I think this one, you should, like every other Ultra status, you should be writing cards. If you're writing a card that uses chained, it should be like the entire focus of the card, and it shouldn't do anything else. Like, that's just, you know, that's just kind of makes sense to me. That's just how it should work. So, next Ultra status is Cursed. When inflicted on a card, each time that card acts, flip a coin. If tails, delete that card before finishing the action. When inflicted on a player, each time that player plays a card from their hand, flip a coin. If heads, immediately delete the card before being played before anything happens, then remove curse from that player. Cursed is something also that very rarely should be inflicted on cards. For the same reason. Are we gonna have to talk about status on players? No! You know why? Because status on players are stupid. Cursed is the only real exception to that, in my opinion. Status on players is not a real mechanic, and I don't want it to be. It's only really for cursed, and very specifically, the Doge card that does it, which is the one that poisons you. Stinky Butte Doge, the one that poisons you when you play it. Player dancing wouldn't do anything. Players don't act in the first place. Yeah, it's basically only really on viewer cards, and like literally this one, which is a joke. And cursed. Because I think cursed makes sense, you know? Cursed gets away with it. But yeah, so Cursed, there's actually a lot of interesting play you can do with Cursed by designing cards around it. I think particularly designing cards that have Cursed as a written status is very, very interesting. And I think there are some interesting examples of it in Arcana, which is where Cursed... It's not from that, but I think that's where Thux really kind of started making, like, really interesting cards that use it that way. So... yeah, so this one I really like. I'm also going to look in Skilled, but I don't think there's going to be that many because it's a very... oh, it's another Owl House card, I think. That's really funny. Yeah, so when this would be deleted, summon an Abomination instead. And yeah, Abomination. Oh, and Missing No, that's right. I'm gonna have to open that up as a PSD, because that's... somewhere... I'm like super happy with how this one turned out still. But yeah, Missing No. This one work... a lot of cursed cards have it as a written status, work around it, if that makes sense. They have like some other effect that's like related to having cursed and being cursed. I'm going to show off the animation with this one again because I'm really happy with it. One of my like coolest animated cards ever, IMO. But yeah, so, and here's like a one I really like from Dark Beyond, where like when it would be deleted, it isn't. It instead would get +2 damage. So Cursed is one that you have a lot of liberty to design interesting effects around based on when it would be deleted. Like don't delete it and do this, or like still like delete it anyway and do this powerful effect. You know? I think there's a lot of creative there's a lot of interesting creative like implications for Cursed that I think is really good. We're changing how daunting works probably, so don't worry about this one for now. Like, don't worry about this one. And let's see. I guess I'm gonna have to talk about it, aren't I? I don't really know what... I'm having a hard time thinking about what to say about this one, because I feel like... I'm not sure. I don't want to, like, say for sure, but I feel like enemy is probably going to be a viewer exclusive status after a point, maybe. At least if I get my way. Because I'm not really a fan of how it interacts with the game. In a lot of cases, I feel like it's probably a case of how the enemy cards are designed, but I feel like it's hard to write for, and I feel like annoying cards should be limited to other players' fields, in my opinion. That's how I feel about it. You shouldn't, like, lose a slot to a card that's also, like, killing your cards. I don't know. That's my opinion on it. But if you are writing an enemy card, then you want to make it, like, frustrating, but you wrote it for a bunch of cards that were meant to be potentially go-to. You might want to play them on your field too. I think that is interesting. I think my main opinion on it is that it doesn't need to be a status. It should just be like... It should just be like like an ability of the card. And like it should be on very specific cards. Other cards shouldn't be able to gain enemy. That's why... I think that's my main problem with it. So I thought it was too long on the cards. Yeah, that's fair. But I think if you're designing a card that does something like this, what you want to do is you don't want to make it like... Having high HP enemy cards fucking sucks. Having like enemy cards with other statuses fucking sucks. Like taunt enemy, armored enemy, speed enemy. You want to make... Like I've been saying with every single ultra status, you want to make it the focus of the card. It shouldn't have other stuff going on. It should be like... It should only be doing the one thing it's there for. Oh no, yeah, I don't think like... I think your cards with enemy Osc were pretty alright, yeah. It's just that like... You weren't the only one writing cards for Carnival, and also... You weren't the only... Carnival cards weren't the only place that enemy cards were ever added, because there's a bunch of... Like, people... And it's not... that this isn't anyone's fault, particularly, just that enemies are hard status to write for, so when people make fewer enemy cards... kind of not totally getting the balancing of it, which isn't really anyone's fault, necessarily, but, like, that's just how it was. Yeah, I think a lot of cases it should just be ability of a card. I don't think it should be a status, in my opinion. But yeah, I think the effect of it is interesting though. It should just be like use sparingly for one. Like, I maybe want to say this should be one of the rarest ultra statuses if it remains as such. but it should just be like... We're probably going to be changing it a bit if it stays in. And even if it doesn't stay in... And yeah, the name is confusing too. That's the main thing. Because we use the word enemy a lot on card text. So... like saying enemy cards is a lot faster than saying cards like opponent's cards. But yeah, no, we'll figure out how enemy goes. We'll figure out what's going on with that once we get there. So the oh god, is there really only one ultra status left? And it's Lego. This isn't a real one. This isn't a real ultra status. This is a stupid, shitty joke. Here's my advice for writing cards with Lego. Don't. Stupid is nothing. Dumb nothing joke. Now you may be wondering, oh, was Defiant, was my favorite ultra status Defiant? Defiant sucks, okay? Defiant sucks. It's just it doesn't need... Daunting doesn't need to exist as just a better power. Defiant doesn't need as just a better fearsome. Defiant doesn't need to exist as just a better power. So we're probably going to be changing Defiant too, if it stays in the game. Like, completely. It's not going to do the same thing remotely. Neither is Daunting. So, look forward to that, I guess. So basically just like be sparing with what you give those to cards right now, because we're probably going to be changing them. And that's every status, I think. No, it's not. No, it isn't. No, the fuck it isn't. I forgot some. You know what I forgot? Hold on. Small. Small is getting removed forever. That one is... I don't think... Like, it's stupid. You can only really make one kind of card with small. We're figuring it out. But, like, it's not... It kind of sucks. And Buoyant's gone too. No, Buoyant! I love Buoyant! Nobody... Thing that nobody has ever said, and nobody thinks, because that status sucks. I think Swarm is the one that I'm partial to. I really like the name Swarm. But yeah, there's a couple more statuses that we didn't go over. Joke statuses. Assuming you're not going to go into viewer statuses, but you want to put it out there, you're very much open to updating this real and stable if you want. I wasn't going to be going over those, just because those aren't in Thrill House. That's kind of what I was talking about for most of these, but I do want to... I was going to briefly go over making your own statuses. Yeah, these are special statuses, by literal degree, but they're also kind of not. They're just jokes. Now, these do not do anything on their own, and they should never do anything on their own. What they should do, you can write cards that that interact with those statuses in some way. I think those kinds of cards are very, very fun, in my opinion. So I'm going to show some examples. So Jesse and James and Meowth all interact. All interact with the bad guy status, and they are themselves bad guys. Yeah, and this card too. This also like has a burst that interacts with bad guy cards. I think joke statuses are very good for that. There's a lot of interesting ways to make things interact with them, and I think especially the main ones that I think of that interact with stuff, they usually interact with bad guy and they usually interact with sick fires. There aren't really that many that interact with gay, and there aren't that many that interact with monkey. I guess quickly I can talk about what kind of cards we put those statuses on. Bad guy can be on like any villain as like a flavor thing and kind of a joke thing if they interact with bad guys. Sick fires is really on music cards and stuff like that. Monkey is on monkeys, obviously. And you might be like, oh, why doesn't Donkey Kong have monkey? Donkey Kong's an ape, alright? He's a gorilla. That's not a monkey. Get off my ass. People get mad at me for that, but it's true. He's not a monkey. He's an ape. Apes and monkeys? That's literally not fucking true. That's not true. Apes and monkeys aren't the same thing. Humans are apes. Apes aren't monkeys. In Ape Escape, they're called people monkeys. Yeah, so that's why the monkey from Ape Escape has monkey, because it's a monkey. Please to know that your monkey ball cards are accurately labeled. Thank you. Is King Julian a monkey? King Julian is like a lemur or some shit. I don't fucking know. Are lemurs monkeys? They're not? Okay. Well, not all monkeys have monkey anyway. Like, not all cards that depict a monkey in the image are monkey cards, and that's fine. I'm gonna be real, completely real. People are more than free to apply this status to whatever cards they want on their custom cards, obviously. People are more than welcome to do that. The cards that we give gay to tells a very different story. It's really like it's on gay Doge. I feel like that's the main thing you have to remember when you're making a card gay, is that it was made for gay Doge, and the picture of it is comic book guy. Like, it's supposed to be a joke status, you know? It's not. Obviously, like, there was an era where people, and I think some people still do this, people just give gay to, like, any character that's actually gay in the source material, and I think that's okay. You're allowed to do that. I just think, like, in terms of what I would do, I would probably not do that for my own balancing cards. For my own card balancing and writing. But that's fine. That's just a matter of preference. I just like putting it on things that it would be funny to put it on. I can't even think. And it also, yeah, if you want to give a card multiple statuses, then like gay kind of takes up it takes up one of the two slots. You got to worry about that. That's true of every joke status. And you got to think about that with every joke status. You got to be a bit careful about putting on cards because it takes up a slot. All joke statuses do that. But yeah, no. There's no reason not to put it on like serious genuine cards. Like you're obviously, again, you're more than welcome to do that. I'm not saying like don't do that. I'm just saying like, because this tutorial is for writing cards like making cards like Thrill House Edition. We don't really put it on serious cards. We only really put it on joke cards. Like Gay Doge and Gonzo and Comic Book Guy. And that's, I think that's like it. Well, not all of those cards are in Thrill House, but those are like the main ones I think of. But yeah, the main appeal of joke statuses to me, is making other cards interact with them. And I think that's that's the main thing you should be doing with them. But it's also fine to just put them on cards and not doing anything with them too, because I think that makes the cards that do interact with them feel more special and feel more fun. Now, let's see. Oh yeah, so I've gone over every status now. I'm going to very quickly go over making your own statuses. I already went over making your regular status earlier, so I'm going to skip that. But if you want to make your own special status, you gotta kind of cover a niche that isn't already covered with the ones that are already in the game. You know? Like there's a lot of niches that are already filled, and there's not really a lot that aren't. You gotta make it feel like it's warranted, you know? You gotta put it on, if you're putting it on, you're gonna want to be putting it on like a good number of cards. Otherwise, like, what reason is there for it to be a thing, you know? It should have some like, it should just make sense. It shouldn't be like a battle cry, you know? Mutated is the one real exception to that. Because that basically is just like a battle cry. And you gotta consider how it will interact with all the other statuses. So I'm trying to think of an example status that would like do something, like that would like interact with someone. But does anyone have any? Mimo, are you still here? I mean, yeah, Armored is true. That's the only other one, really. I don't know if Mimo's still here. Oh no, Mimo's here. Mimo, can you send me like very quickly like a custom special status you've made that you're proud of, like one of your favorite ones, if that's okay? You're on a mad delay. Oh dear. Thank you. I just tabbed back into Discord and looked at the fucking Malcolm card again, and it made me laugh. Malcolm in the fucking middle, man. So good. There's also the thing to think about, what if this gets applied to a card that doesn't have it written? Very true. Very true. Yeah, like we're not really going to be adding... We're probably not really going to be adding many more special statuses at this point, because most of the niches have already been filled. We might add some later and in stuff, but... Okay, so... Here's one that Mimo made. And I think is pretty fun. Mimo, you used your big template to make this. This is like 1,400 by 10, 12. Well, the other way around, but yeah. So, this is one that Mimo made. A rallying character gains +1 damage for every other active character with rallying. So, I like this one. I think this one's very interesting. It covers a niche that hasn't really been covered before, which is support with other ones that have it. This is true with Harmonize as well. However, it doesn't this is sort of a Harmonize type status to me, but it doesn't do the same thing as Harmonize. It covers damaging stuff instead of battle cries. I think it's very good, very fun for that. This covers a niche that isn't already on cards. This has a very good flavor. You can put this on a lot of things, and it makes sense when it's applied to things that don't already have it. And it doesn't feel too overpowered in conjunction with other stuff. You know? I feel like with Amped, maybe this would be very powerful. Or like Obviator. No, maybe not. Yeah, I guess Obviator too, but yeah. That's just like that's a situational niche, you know? That's like... dependent. It's really just like... make something that feels like it isn't already filled, you know? And make something that makes sense to be like something that can be applied to a lot of characters, so it's saving on text space, so you don't have to have the same effect on a bunch of characters. You get what I mean? I think this is a really good example of a custom special status. Now, custom ultra statuses I think are a lot more difficult, even more difficult. Those are like so powerful, and you gotta be putting them on so few cards that it feels like, okay, like it's the same thing as special. You really need to do something like unique there. You really need to make it feel like it's an ultra status. Something that makes sense. It shouldn't just be on cards for like no reason. Now custom joke statuses. I kind of just want to say don't. That's my opinion on it. I know people are going to anyway, so I'm gonna give some advice on it. The reason I say don't is because there's already 4 of them in like Thrill House Edition. Adding more does a couple things. 1, it bloats the special deck. And 2, it makes the joke statuses feel a little kind of like less special. Oh yeah, you can send one, Mimo. I'll go over that too. So, and this, if you're adding a new joke status, you kind of want to make things that use it and interact with it anyway. Like, that's my advice if you do add one. I feel like it should also have some sort of, like, niche, you know? Like, this might sound kind of crazy, but I feel like Monkey, Sick Fires, Gay, and Bad Guy cover, like, basically every niche that we would want to have as a joke status, with, like, maybe 1 or 2 exceptions. And that's why those are the only real ones. Those are the only ones that have status cards. And those are the only proper ones that are, like, on cards, you know? We've talked very briefly about adding one or two more, but maybe not as joke statuses. My opinion on joke statuses that are not on status cards, which are like secret joke statuses basically, is also kind of don't, because a lot of the time it's not going to be as funny as you think it is. If you like strike gold, then you can totally go for it. But you got to keep in mind that like it's only gonna be funny if it's only on like one card, and you shouldn't have many of them. There are a couple of recurring like secret joke statuses that we use on cards sometimes, which are adorable and lovable. Yeah, it's funny the first time, and then every time someone's getting the clothes does, you have to give a disappointing answer. Exactly. So like adorable and lovable, those are ones we kind of use a lot. Yume and hungry, we use those a lot. Those are kind of like the, like I don't know what the wording is, like this I don't know how to word what I'm thinking about it, but those are like those are good, those are funny, because those are also pretty universally Is universally the right word? Is that a real word? It feels like it's not a real word. I feel like I'm making up a word. Universally? Universally. Right. Universally. It's pretty universally, like, universally applicable. Like, a lot of cards can be, like, adorable. A lot of cards can be lovable. I guess I don't really know how many cards can be yummy or hungry. But yes, we have been briefly talking about making some of those statuses real. I don't want to particularly promise anything, but I'm not going to say we're not going to do it, and I'm not going to say we are going to do it. It's something we're in talks about. So yeah, you should be very, very sparing with your secret joke statuses. And the reason I didn't talk about awesome is because, one, it's not in Thrill House, but two, I don't hate it or anything. I'm just not in love with it like the first four. It's pretty okay though. And I think that's every. Oh, right. So Mimo sent me a couple ultra statuses that I'm actually going to. I'm going to go over one of those and like go over if I think, like, what I think about it. So let me pick which one of these two I'm going to go over. Okay. I'll go for this one. No mercy. Actions taken by a character with no mercy cannot be reacted to, against, or otherwise prevented by any means. Cards brought to 0 HP by a character with no mercy are immediately deleted instead of dying and being discarded. So I think this one's very interesting. I especially really like I'm not entirely sure about this one. I feel like I really like both of these effects. I'm not entirely sure if I like them both being on one status. I really like the first effect, especially because it's very interesting balancing for like it's not like power, you know? It's not that it can always target stuff. It's that it can't be prevented from acting, which is something that we've not actually done. We've only ever really done that as written text, you know. That's something that could be an ultra status. I think that makes sense. And especially that it can't be reacted against is a very good addition. Defiant? Yeah, but Defiant's my stupid son that I hate. Defiant was also power, which it didn't need to be. And then it also has cards go up to 0 HP by card with no mercy are immediately deleted instead of dying and discarded. Yeah, I think I also really like that effect. That's also kind of an ultra effect. It's like because you're shutting down death rattles there, which is like insane, you know? You're entirely shutting down death rattles. And any chance of getting the card back, yeah. It's very, like, both of these are really, really fun effects. Really fun and really interesting effects. And I'm the main thing I'm not entirely sure on is if this would be balanced as like both of these effects on one thing. I don't think it's necessarily unbalanced on both on one thing. But it might be a little overtuned. What do you think, Sox? What do you think? I guess it also depends on the cards that have it. This would be one where I would say like you kind of want to be careful about the stats and effects of cards that have this one. I feel like it's pretty strong, but I feel like it's not like overwhelmingly strong. You know, it's not like way too good. Dude, I'm gonna have to do a third fucking stream because I'm only just getting through all the statuses. I'm gonna be sick. I'm gonna have to do a third stream. You think it's okay? It's two very situational things that aren't always usual can be. That's true. That's true. Yeah, I think maybe it is okay on one thing. Because you're right. Maybe. You try to say something where they're always gonna do something. That's also true. It's very. Yeah, you if you're gonna. I know a lot of the time statuses are supposed to always be doing something. I think, yeah, I think certain ones aren't that, but those ones should be kind of rare. But yeah, I think what I'm going to very quickly go over now while we're here, because we're still on statuses, is just sort of order of operations. In terms of like, so when I add statuses to a card, if it has two statuses, I always add special statuses first. And then ultra statuses. So like if a card has both speed and dead, for example. Obviously kind of a silly example because it would die when it's played, but if a card had both of those written, I would put speed on the left and dead on the right, because ultra statuses should always be on the right. And then regular statuses. And then joke statuses. So if a card has both, like, if a card has both burned and sick fires, I would put sick fires on the right and burned on the left. So that's the priority there. It would be special, ultra, regular, and then dead. I think I would put a card with an ultra status and a regular status. I would put the ultra status on the left. think. I can't think of any examples of cards with both of those though, so maybe I'm not sure. But yeah, I try to always put them in that sort of order. Now, in terms of order of statuses within categories like that, I try and put them in order of when they're introduced. So, and then within that, it's always a specific order based on the order on my document here. So, for example, Taunt is always the leftmost status because it's the bottommost status in my template, and that's like I ordered that on purpose. So Taunt is always on the left. You know, so I try and do it by order of introduction. So any base set statuses always go before any Orb and Soul statuses, and Orb and Soul statuses always go before any Slug Warrior statuses. You know, I think that's sort of important. I think it's important that we keep that sort of thing consistent. And then, yeah, within those, I do try and go like, so for base set, it would be Taunt, Flight, Speed, Power, Stealth, Armored, Ranged, Elusive and Repulsive, and I usually, there isn't any card that has both, but if you did do both, I would probably put Elusive first. Now, because Swift and Festive were made later, I'm gonna have to move those down to be above the other ones. But I would put Swift first and then Festive, in my opinion. This is a whole other fucking... Dude, this is a whole, like, style guide topic. This isn't really what we're here for, but, like, I guess it's worth talking about a little bit. Just kind of try and look at what we've done on God Game cards and follow that, you know? Like, if you want to make a card with both, like, Speed and like, Sturdy, then you would probably want to follow, like, how we've been doing it, where we put, like, base set ones on, like, earlier ones on the left, so Speed would be on the left and Sturdy on the right, because it's a newer one. And is there anything else I need to talk about with statuses at all? I guess just which ones you probably shouldn't be putting together. Steadfast and Oblivious don't synergize at all with things like Armored, and they don't really synergize... Actually, no, they do synergize with Armored. Never mind. Like, synergize with having Armored, they don't synergize with being against Armored. It doesn't really synergize with, like, Amped and Obviator. Because, you know, they can't deal extra damage. It doesn't synergize with, like, Tough. It also doesn't synergize with Frail, so it can't be Frail. You probably shouldn't make cards that are like any Ultra status and any other status. You should be careful about giving cards with Speed and Swift other statuses. Speed Swift is like way too good in my opinion. Or like Taunt Swift in most circumstances. I think for the most part, though, you can kind of use your own judgment and figure out what's good in that regard. Now, is there anything else I would need to... Does anyone have any questions about statuses before I move on? Because I don't think there's really anything else I need to talk about with them, but... Just checking, just in case. Probably not, but I'm just gonna wait a sec while I see. I honestly don't know how much more I'm going to do today, to be honest, because I've been going for 5 hours again, and I've only just finished all the statuses. Excuse me. Oh, I guess I could probably... Keywords shouldn't take me more than like an hour, right? Like keywords you put on cards, like Battlecry and such. Okay. I guess I can do that before I move on. Yeah, okay, I'm gonna do that. So, we've just finished all the statuses, and it doesn't seem like anyone has any questions about them. So, I'm gonna move on to keywords. And I'm going to do order of operations for keywords, especially, because I know that's something that maybe trips people up in some regards. So, the first keyword that you're probably going to see on a lot of cards is battle cry. Now, battle cries are pretty much self-explanatory, where you play it and then an effect happens, and then that's it. It doesn't happen again unless like some other circumstance would affect that. Battle cries, most of these keyword effects are going to be keyword explanations going to be pretty similar, where you can battle cries can kind of be anything. I feel like, however, I feel like they shouldn't really be things that have like permanent effects on the game. Like, I feel like battle cries shouldn't be stuff like, oh, you have an extra champion slot. Like, that feels like way too that shouldn't be on that shouldn't be a battle cry effect, you know? You gotta be reasonable with stuff. You like to make cards with battle cries in the HP that you take, get rid of if you have the next slot next turn. Yeah, so I think that's also a good... There's a lot of different ways to kind of design around battle cries. Ones that you kind of... Ones that you kind of give a low HP and like a simple effect. They just play and then do something, and then get rid of them straight, like try and get rid of them straight away. But a lot of the time you want to write battle cries with the idea in mind that they could get triggered again. You know, so you don't you don't want to make them too good. You don't want to make them too disruptive or too good. I think like this card, like Durant, is a really good example. I think let me look in like Gamma or like Delta. I'm not sure which cards have battle cries here. I just see the grey text and I don't know if it's a battle cry or a death rattle. Because I'm only like skimming, you know, I'm not like looking at everything. Yeah, so this one, pretty funny. Oh, I guess I can also look at that beyond too, and Auburn. Oh, I know for sure I did a bunch of cool battle cries in Dark Beyond. Yeah, so you should be writing battle cries with the intent that they could be repeated. Not with the intent that they will be repeated, but like you should, you know what I mean? Like you should write them with the idea in mind that they could be, and maybe will be. However, you should also write them in mind that a lot of the time they're only going to trigger once, so you gotta make them have some impact. That's basically, yeah, you know, it's sort of pretty self-explanatory. It's something you're gonna have to figure out. You just don't want them to be overly powerful, and there's a couple different sort of niches you can do with them, which is basically just like low HP simple effect, or like higher HP kind of effect that you kind of wanna you might want to think about repeating a bit if you can. Now that's battle cries are always the first effect on a card, with one exception. But like any card that has like a battle cry and a death rattle, or a battle cry and a showstopper, or a battle cry and a burst, or like any other keyword, battle cry should always be first, because it's the first thing a card does when it's played. So it should this doesn't have a battle cry. It should be the first thing that a player's attention is drawn to on the text of a card, because it's the first thing it's doing. You know, you get what I mean? I'm trying to think of a card that has like a battle cry and a death rattle and something else. I feel like I don't think there's going to be like many of those cards at all, if any. I'm very quickly going to look through my Dark Beyond cards to see if there's a card that has like Battlecry, Burst, and a Death Rattle, but I don't think there's going to be many, if any at all. Yeah, no, definitely not. But yeah, I guess that's also something to talk about. Most of the time, like a majority of the time, any card with a keyword effect is only going to have one. Like, it's usually only going to have like a battle cry, or like only going to have a death rattle. Some have two, but it's like kind of infrequent. And then I can't name any that has three or more. Like any at all. So yeah, battle cries is always the first one, with the exception of a 2-play effect. So if a card has a 2-play effect, that means that you have to meet that condition, the stated condition of this, to play the card. So for example, Supersonic here has the 2-play condition of you need to discard a champion on your field, and then you can play the card. Now 2-play is pretty rare, but because you can define the condition, you can kind of make the card as good or kind of not good as you want. Like, that's sort of a use your own judgment thing. What I will say is, for the order of operations though, 2-play is always the first thing, even before battle cries. So it would be like, if a card had a 2-play and a battle cry, the 2-play effect would be first. Actually, let me open like a card template and just kind of show you guys at how, like, so there's a battle cry already on here, right? 2-play. Why is it still gray? Spend 5 coins. So yeah. And then I'll make battle cry so in like one line, simple. So like, deal 1 damage to any card in play. Yeah? So, the 2-play always goes first. Battlecry always goes second, unless there's no 2-play. Yeah. Now, this isn't a technically a keyword effect, however, it is a sort of one. Most cards, like a majority of cards in the game, have text on them that is not part of a keyword. Now that is called an ability. Certain cards will refer to that, like copy a card's ability, or like disable a card's ability, you know? That's always referring to this text, which is not part of the any other kind of effect. The ability will always go below the battle cry. So let me write an example effect here. I'll just put this card cannot attack players. You want to be making sure to space your stuff out too. So like to play, I made sure to put an enter break in between, and then battle cry, put an enter break in between. You know, the ability text is the most flexible kind of effect in God Game because it can really be anything. I'm not going to be going over that today because I'm going to be going over like mechanical stuff like mechanical effects and stuff like that next time. I guess there's going to have to be a next time because we've been going for nearly 6 hours again. But yeah, you can kind of be the ability of a card is kind of like the main draw of it. You know, that's like typically why you buy the card, and a lot of like ability effects can be like passive. They can be something when it attacks, when it acts. It can be like basically anything. So use your own judgment there. I'll go over more of that stuff next time. Now, the next piece of text on a card actually would be the showstopper. So showstopper goes below the ability, and it goes below all, like battle cry, all that stuff. Let me just quickly write a showstopper. Like an example one. So draw 1d6 victory cards. So showstoppers are a keyword effect that once they're used, you have to use it at the very start of your turn, and using it skips the rest of your turn. You will still be doing turn start and turn end effects, obviously, but for the most part, you know, like that's all you can do on your turn. Now, because of that, they can be very powerful. There are a lot of very interesting showstopper effects added in Auburn Soul, and I will open up a couple of those. Yeah, so it should... Obviously, the power level of showstoppers depends on the card type, and same with, like, battle cries and stuff, too, and abilities. But you have a lot more free reign to do very silly stuff with showstoppers than you do with any other of these. What's the color for showstopper? So the correct hex code for a showstopper is 00EFFF. And obviously the correct color for to play in Battlecry and Death Rattle is 787878. yeah, so that's basically how showstoppers work. Now, the next one that I would put on a card in this sort of order, I would put a burst next. So burst actually would come after showstopper. That's what Fi and I kind of decided on when we talked about it. Now a burst is a one-use keyword effect. So when a card that has a burst is played, or when it would gain a burst through other means such as attachments or environments, or phenomenons, it can use it can use that burst once as long as it meets the condition of that burst. So for example, I'm gonna write a burst effect right now. Hold on. If you have two or less cards in your hand. And now I'm actually running out of room here, so I'm very quickly going to do this. Actually, no. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna actually kind of lower the spacing between text a little bit. Not like that. But you can kind of get away with altering this a little bit, like to about like this point, maybe. Or wait. You know, like maybe something like this. It'll look a little strange, but you can kind of get away with that. I don't really recommend it most of the time. So burst. If you have two less cards in your hand, search the top 10 cards of the Explore deck and draw any one card you like. Hold on. I kind of want to fit this on 2 lines because I'm gonna have to write Death Rattle too. So hold on. Search the 10 topmost Explore cards. Draw draw one of those. That's a little weird. But you get what I mean, right? So you wanna... The bursts can be very powerful or very weak. It depends on the condition of the card. Because they usually, more often than not, they should all... Like 99% of the time, they should have a condition to using them. So let me open up some quick example cards from the Dark Beyond. That does not have a... Hold on. That doesn't have a burst. So... Yeah, so here's this one. And then let me open a Skilled and a Champion that have them too. I'll just open Mecha Knuckles again, because that one's really good. I need to close these Showstopper cards now that I've shoved it off. And I'll open a Champion too.
Hey! Take that stupid hat off! What does it look like in there?
I'm not sure
Parappa
myself.
the Rapper, man. Yeah, so I think there's kind of not really a consistent set power level for bursts. It should be based on the condition, and also to some extent the card type. Like overall, champions should have more powerful bursts, and like skill cards should have more powerful bursts than basic cards. But that's not like, excuse me, that's not like a hard rule. It's just more like a malleable rule, I guess. But they should all have a condition. Now, the hex code for a burst effect is F66AEA. Now, the final keyword effect that you could have on a card, from the official ones, of course, that are in, we have a Death Rattle. So a death rattle is a keyword effect that triggers when the card reaches 0 HP and dies. And then the death rattle of the card triggers, and it is then discarded. So I'm going to give this an example death rattle real quick. So death rattle. Hold on. Why is it not? There we go. It keeps turning grey. Hold on, I'll fix this in a minute. Discard a random card from an opponent's hand. This is the most, like, fucked up card ever. It has everything. But this is just an example, anyway. So death rattles also very similar to battle cries in how you should apply them. They should be... They should be... Any advice I said for battle cries also applies to death rattles. You should expect them to go off only once, but you should write them with the idea that they could go off more than once. I think writing powerful cards with powerful death rattles is interesting. You might want to write weaker cards that you play only to kill them for the death rattle, and then you don't like you only want them for that. You might want to write an effect that interacts with death rattles in some way without triggering them. You know, you kind of want to use your own judgment. Really, it's the same as battle cries, where it's like they shouldn't be overly powerful. They should really be, and they shouldn't really be permanent effects. I feel like the only one of these keywords that should have the capacity to do any sort of permanent game-altering effect should really only be bursts, because those are the ones you need to fulfill some sort of condition to do, and it's only a one-use effect. Now, yeah, this is the official order of when you should be doing it. Where you should be putting these on cards and when you should be doing them. 2-play goes first, Battlecry goes second, Ability goes third, Showstopper goes fourth, Burst goes fifth, and then Death Rattle goes sixth. Now, if you're going to make your own keyword, which there is a lot of potential to do so, where you would want to put that, I think, depends on what kind of keyword it is and what it should do. I think most of the time, though, you would want to put them somewhere like around here. You probably want to put it below the ability and above the death rattle. So you would probably want to put it either before Showstopper and Burst, after Showstopper or Burst, or in the middle. Now, most of the time, you're probably not going to want to worry about that either way, because you're not going to have cards with more than one. But in the event that you do, it's worth knowing. So yeah. Does anyone very quickly have any questions about keywords and keyword effects? I actually do have a little bit of advice about making your own keywords, but I'm going to save it until after I give any questions, after any questions are asked, if there are any. Made a lot of keywords in order to try and effect types. I think keywords have a lot of utility that we haven't really fully explored. Especially if it's going to be something that you're going to be using on a lot of cards. So... yeah, I'll quickly go over a bit of advice on making a keyword effect. I think, similarly to statuses, it should be some sort of niche that isn't already filled. So battle cries, well, 2-plays are about restriction, battle cries are about immediate action, abilities are about more constant effects, Showstopper is about like flashy turn skipping stuff, burst is about one use, and death rattle is about value when the card is killed. So there are definitely some niches that haven't been filled with keyword effects. And I've been sort of playing around with ideas in my head. If you're gonna make your own, you're gonna want to fill some sort of niche that isn't already filled there. And there is definitely area for that. So I don't really want to name examples because the only ones I can really think of are ones that I've like, you know, threw at the wall in my own head. Strike from GODGAME, the April Fool's release. I guess I can briefly talk about Strike as if it were a real one, yeah. Strike is kind of nothing, though, because it doesn't tell you what it's supposed to do. Now, if I were to make a real keyword effect called Strike, which I'm not going to, but if I were to do that, it would be, I think it would specifically be when the card attacks a player, not when the card attacks in general, probably. So, for example, you could have, like, Strike, draw an Explore card. So when the card attacks a player, draw an Explore card. Now, I do see that having some sort of niche. I think I like how we have text now where it's like when this attacks a player, because we don't really have that many stuff that does it. But if you're writing a lot of cards that do a sort of similar effect, you might want to consider making it a keyword. That's when I would do that stuff. So yeah. Could you have keywords besides showstopper on attachments? I think so. I don't think you can have a battle cry on an attachment. That really doesn't make sense to me. You can have bursts on attachments, and I think in fact, there is. I think there's at least one or two in Dark Beyond, or maybe I'm misremembering, but like there should be. Oh, that's something I wanted to add. You can definitely put bursts on attachments. You can put 2 plays on attachments. I don't know what. I mean, you can put those on like any type of card other than like environments and visitors and phenomenons, in my opinion, and bosses too. Death rattles, I think, theoretically could work on attachments. And I think. Let me quickly show a victory attachment from the Dark Beyond. This one is worded in a specific way though, because it adds more text to that, like it adds more to the card than just the death rattle. But yeah, no, this is an attachment that gives a card a death rattle. I think this is the way you would do it, rather than just writing death rattle on. You know what I mean? You would want to add it as part of the ability, as part of the text rather. So yeah, with all that said, I think that's like everything. I think that's everything I need to go over with keywords. But yeah, my main advice on making your own is just making it something that you feel makes sense to be added as something that's being used a lot. So let me read what Kirby said about flagship of my extension is activate, which is the ability to be activated using your rate of action. So yeah, I think that's very interesting. That's not something that's covered by that isn't covered by anything in the game already. And I think there's a lot of card writing potential with that. I'm actually very excited to kind of see that expansion when it drops, to kind of check out the cards that use it. There's a lot of, yeah, you want to make it something that makes a lot of sense like that. Yeah, there's I don't really want to talk about stuff that I've only been spitballing, you know? I don't really want to say like, oh, we've been thinking about this idea, because I don't want to say anything in case we actually add it, or in case we actually don't add it. You know, I don't want to get people's hopes up, and I don't want to also say anything if we do add anything. But basically, we've been talking a little bit about the potential of keywords and maybe adding more of them, but maybe if we can think of any good ones. But I'm not going to promise anything. Just that's something to kind of think about, I guess. Now, we do have a little bit more time before I've been going for 6 hours. We have about 20 more minutes. So very quickly, I'm going to go over the types of card counters too. And when you should be using those on cards. Pyro, are you still here? Can you send me the PNGs for Doom and Ink? Because I don't have those. No, not Doom. Doom and Charge, I mean. Doom and Charge. Do you not have those? You think you have them? Does Socks have them? I'll ask Socks too. Oh, okay. So Pyro sent me Doom. Let me just save that. I need to make sure I fucking save these so I actually have them. Pyro just sent me, where the fuck is Charge? I'll get it. Continue the stream. Okay. So, yeah, so each type of counter, you want to kind of be sparing with how you interact with them. So, this counter, which is usually just called a counter, or it's called like a character counter, or a basic counter, or any other kind of counter that is named by a card. So, for example, this is a new card from Auburn Soul. Where is it? This card, heal 5 HP to any card, then give that card a probe counter. Now, if probe counter isn't a real counter type, you would just use this counter and rename it. Same with, like, on the Saitama card, which I'm opening up right now. You would use, so exhaust counters, you would also just use the regular counter. Now, counters are good for they're really good for tracking effects, like, I'm going to Supersonic is open again, so at the start of your turn give this a counter. When this has at least 3 counters, discard this card. It's good for, like, this may expend X counters and do this X number of times. Just because they use elsewhere, yeah, on like one other card. So they don't need to have like a whole counter type. Oh, Pyro sent me Charge, thank you. Yeah, so counter effects you can just kind of, it kind of depends on the type of card you're riding, but I think there's a lot of interesting stuff you can do with counters. It's really just like, you know, whatever you feel like you want counters to do. If you have an effect that you want to use non-specific counters for, that does, like, none of the other counters really fit, you want to use counters. And then just, like, rename them to something if you want to rename them to something, but you don't have to. Keeping them as generically named counters and not giving them an extra name does mean that more cards can be affected by them if they're swapped with other cards with the use of Integrate, or the card Kazuichi Soda, for example, interacts with counters in that way. So it's up to you. It depends on how you want the counter effect to interact with stuff, you know? Now, I will go over shield, because that's the one in Full House right now. So shield is basically excess HP. So a card that has, for example, like a 4 HP card that has the battle cry, gain 2 shield. It would effectively have 6 HP. So any direct damage to that card will get rid of the shield before it damages the HP of the card. Now this is something we're talking about because we haven't fully... There was kind of miscommunications in how it worked on both of our sides, but on like everyone's sides. I personally think that shield should be ignored by indirect damage. Just because of how good shield is, especially because of like armored, which gives written HP's worth of shield when it's played. But that's something we're figuring out, so don't worry about that too much. Now, if you're giving shield to a card, cards that you shouldn't really be giving like more than a couple shield at a time. I think like champions should be able to use like D6s and like D8s and D10s. Skilled cards maybe should be able to use like D6s, depending on the card, but like usually like D4s. And the basic card should only give like 1 or 2, and then like up to 4, you know? It's sort of dependent on the card, but you don't really want to be giving like too much shield out because it's very strong. Why are you question marking me? Wait, oh, sorry, wait, did I say something confusingly? My bad. Which part were you confused about? Like, I don't mind, like, explaining stuff a little more. So, you know what, dice. Oh, so, I mean for, like, if a card is giving out shield, and it's, like, you know what I mean? Like, it should be using, like, certain dice rolls for that, yeah. Like, higher numbers should only really be for champions. So the next counter type is ink, which is basically... What about Mandy? I don't know, Mandy can get away with it, she's fine. There's obviously there's exceptions to rules, but like the rules are there for a reason, you know what I mean? Like the exceptions make it more clear why there are those rules. So ink is essentially it's like temporary extra damage to the card. You know what I mean? It's like when a card has ink, it takes damage equal to the ink it has, in addition to any regular damage it would take. And then the way I think it should work, at least, is that all ink on the card should then vanish. And the reason I think that way is because we're going to get into that once we get into the next counter type. But basically, it's a good way to get damage that you can kind of, like, extra damage on cards that you can kind of choose when you want to trigger it. Because it only activates when the card is attacked. It doesn't activate when a card with ink attacks. You know what I mean? At least that's how I think it should work. Because, and this was kind of pointed out to me by Fi, ink is basically the opposite of charge. Now, charge is temporary extra damage on a card. And you might think that means it's the opposite of shield, but that's actually kind of not true. It is, but like it's a counterpart to shield. It's not the opposite of shield. When the card attacks, and only when it attacks, not when it counterattacks, a card with charge loses all of its charge to deal extra temporary damage. Yeah? So, charge you also want to be throwing about because damage is a very powerful stat. You really don't want to be giving more than like 3 charge at once. Unless it's like a very powerful card doing it, like a champion, or like it's a showstopper or something doing it. Or like a burst, you know? You want to just be cautious about it. Because charge adds up quickly. Now that's how I feel about... Ink is the opposite of charge, because both of them... Ink is basically charge, but on a card. Like, Ink is charge on an enemy card. Like, when a card acts, it deals more damage to that card. When a card attacks that card, it deals more damage to that card. You know what I mean? That's why I feel like... Did we really get to the end of the playlist? That can't be right. No, we didn't. Yeah, because it doesn't count for counterattack, people have a chance to play around it. That's how I feel too. Like that's how I feel in terms of like why the balancing is good. So yeah, you want to be sparing about how much ink a card gets. You want to be sparing about how much charge a card gets. And you want to be sparing about how much shield a card gets. And that's also true with Doom, which is the final counter type. That's important to go over here. Doom is essentially delayed damage. It's a lot different from Ink because you don't choose when it goes off. It always goes off at the start of the turn. And Doom, in my opinion, should be a lot more random than other types. Like, in my opinion, Doom should mostly be on a card, like random cards, whereas you like rather than picking the specific card. That's just how I used to like to write those cards, though. You can like if you there's definitely merit to writing it on specific cards, but I think if it's on specific cards, it should be a lower amount. And then if it's on random cards, it can be a little bit higher. Especially if it includes cards on your field, then it's allowed to be like pretty powerful. I feel that way about like all these counters, where like if you're targeting every field, including your own, it's okay to have higher amounts because it could benefit your opponent too. But it might just benefit you. So yeah, Doom and Charge aren't in Field House yet, but they will be. Other counter types, there aren't really any. Like +1 HP, +1 damage, -1 damage, and then burst. And also, I guess, VP and coins, but like, you know. Those aren't affected by integrate because those aren't real counters. Those are counters to denote things, you know? Those don't exist outside of mechanically. Outside of utility-wise. They, you know what I mean? Curious why there isn't a -1 HP counter? I feel like... has that, like, ever been a thing? Cards, like, lowering a card's max HP? It always feels like a weird kind of... Lowering a card's max HP always feels a little bit weird to me. I don't really like writing cards that do that. Yeah. I'm not really huge on effects that do that. It just feels kind of strange. But yeah, that's... There's not really anything else that I can go over without like making this like another hour long at least, probably. Question about how All Might is written, because it says remove all minus damage. Sure, so let me just open up All Might. Well, would that be the same as returning to written damage? Yes, exactly. Like, if a card gets plus damage while it has minus damage, you would just remove a number of minus damage counters, you know what I mean? Because that's just how that... That's how that would work. It, like, cancels them out. You don't, like, give it a plus damage counter in addition to the minus damage. Like, that's stupid. That'd be so dumb. So yeah, yeah, you give this minus damage counters, and then the showstopper removes all minus damage counters from it. Yeah. So I think that's everything I want to go over today. I thank you guys for sticking around. I guess I'm gonna have to do a part 3 to talk about like mechanical effects, like flipping and deletion and I don't know, I guess there's other stuff. Can people try and think of other stuff that they would like me to go over that I haven't, please? And write that down in my God Game chat, maybe? And then I will... In my God Game chat, please! Nobody's listening to me. That's okay. But yeah, write those down in my God Game chat and I'll note them down for the future. Did I mention I actually didn't, so I'm gonna have to do that next time. I can't believe I have to do a part 3 of this. Dude, I was hoping to be done today. I have to do this again. Oh man. Well, I'll see you guys next. I'm gonna see you guys tomorrow for Danganronpa, because it's Saturday tomorrow. We actually are gonna raid Will right now, who is live at, I think, fucking Baldi's Basics. But I don't know if I have a raid phrase. No, I don't really have anything, to be honest. Just go say hi, say hi. Everyone say hi to Will. Hold on. Yeah. Everyone say hi to Will. I will see you guys tomorrow, and I'm really tired now, so I'm just gonna leave. Goodbye, everybody. Thank you all for attending. And I hope this was an informative experience, because I'm going to have to do it a 3rd time. Alright. See ya.